probably telling his team, I'll take care of all you cockroaches if you keep on losing. Where's Big Hurt when you need him? Oops, he's got a hangnail or something, so he's on the 60-day DL. Stay hot, homies.
Wow. Now, was that the same emailer?
No.
It could have been.
No, it's a different guy.
Okay.
He just ripped that other guy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Birthday sex. Turn down the birthday sex.
Yes.
That's an all-timer. What are you thinking about?
Philly Frank from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hey, Seth and Darryl. I really enjoyed that game last night. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Ramon Martinez was huge, and it lifted this team to score 12 runs and beat the Braves. I really think they have a chance now to win the wild card race. What do you guys think? I just want to say thank you to MLB.com, MLB Radio, and MLB TV for live coverage of all 32 teams, plus all the MLB events during the year. Staying hot is awesome. Frank, we appreciate it, but there's 30 teams.
Yeah. You sure that wasn't the man who wrote that in?
Nope.
That's a good promo right there.
30 teams.
Yeah.
Not 32.
Well, you know something? Every day it changes as we talk about the team that's going to win the wild card because Philly has gotten hot all of a sudden, but all it takes is one loss to get back to where you're saying, oh, God, they're not going to do it. And I tell you what, taking the first 3 games of a series against Atlanta is phenomenal. Are they going to sweep Atlanta in a 4-game series? I would be surprised. Even if it comes down, it's 1 game. But still, the fact that they've won the series already is pretty impressive and tells me that they're going to make a run down the stretch. Now, they still have some tough games. I mean, they got to play Atlanta again in Atlanta. So I think the outcome will be a little bit different, especially the fact that, they can sweep them home at Philly. You bet Atlanta is going to be ready for them when they turn things around. But it's going to be interesting to see from day to day how this team, looks at this wild card, facing each other in the National League East. Will the Astros slip into this thing by winning against teams that basically will be knocking themselves out? Or is there a chance Philly can come up big and take on the Marlins, who they have to face down the stretch as well?
That's going to be a major question mark in terms of whether or not they can maintain this. And again, I'm just not buying into all of a sudden they've had a good week and now they're playing well. It just doesn't mean that they're playing well if you wonder about it. And that's going to be the biggest thing that you have to look at with regard to this team.
Yeah, I mean,
they had a bad week last week.
Right, they had a very bad week.
Now all of a sudden they've had a good week, and albeit a great week. Congratulations on the great week. But what's to say that this weekend they apply that to everything else they do?
But the one thing you have to understand when you have a bad week, don't jump out the bandwagon. Because I think after they were swept by the Astros, there are a lot of people who felt that the Phillies were done. But this thing, I mean, the fact that they are tied right now, it's still a long way from being over. I mean, things can change in one day. And the simple fact that majority of the teams that are going for this wild card are in the National League East makes it very interesting to the point where we say that you go the last week of the season, this thing is not going to be done.
Mm-hmm. 1-800-431-0734, radio at MLB.com or MLB Radio Live as we roll on here. Ray in Calgary says, missed the beginning of the show. Since it is that Thursday, how come Steve Garvey isn't on today?
Yeah, Steve was a man. He really was. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Man, I'm not talking baseball either.
Is Big Papi making a controversy for MVP or what? Why do pitchers continually throw over the middle of the plate? At least Jay's pitcher. Man, he must be kicking themselves. My ankles are all taped up for the Indians. I'm ready for lots of jumping these last 2 weeks. We shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, with all the other things going on as far as college football and NFL, baseball is still the forefront. I mean, the fact that we've got so many interesting races down the stretch here, I think it's going to be fun. I think we can honestly look at the last week of the season being one of the most exciting races in baseball history.
1-800-431-0734, radio at MLB.com or MLB Radio Live. Brett Myers is on the mound for the Phillies tonight against Jorge Sosa at Citizens Bank. That building better be jumping tonight.
You are hard on the fans when they don't sell out.
That Cleveland thing, that's becoming a big to-do.
Really?
20,000?
And Oakland?
20,000?
Oakland?
But Oakland is perpetual. Cleveland doesn't make sense because Cleveland, you've seen them go nuts for this team before.
Right.
It's not like your place holds 70,000 people that you're trying to get. That building should be full.
Yeah.
No reason in Cleveland.
It should be. I'm with you.
Florida and Houston, of course. Claudio Vargas. Jason Vargas. I apologize. Jason Vargas against Andy Pettit tonight at Minute Maid. We're going to be at Minute Maid on Saturday.
Very good.
That's right. And we're going to see Brandon Backey.
Hopefully he has conquered his demon, so to speak, from coming back because he struggled.
Or else it could be a 4-hour affair.
It could be. It could be. But, gosh, I mean, I think Astros are in a good position for the simple fact right now they're in a good position.
All the other teams are going to play each other.
True, but you get Roger Clemens back, the game yesterday, which, obviously must have been one of the toughest games he's ever pitched in his career to come up big like that. Then you got behind him Andy Pettit, who has been, if there was no Chris Carpenter or Dontrell Willis or Roger Clemens for that matter, talk about Cy Young would probably shift over to Andy Pettit because he's had that kind of season. Mm-hmm. So they need obviously a huge win from him tonight. If he can get on top and get a lead, which has been difficult for the Astros at times, but if he can get a lead, I think they'll be in good shape because we call a split. Actually, you called a split in this 4-game series, and there's a good possibility it could happen tonight.
1-800-431-0734, radio at MLB.com or MLB Radio Live. As we roll on here, let's look at a couple of more at tonight's action because tonight's action obviously all having playoff implications. All these games that we're talking about have playoff implications. The Tigers, who have been scuffling, come into Anaheim to take on the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Cologne's going for win number 20. Angels can't go home if they don't win tonight.
Now, hang with them. I mean, Cologne has really finally stepped up to the picture where they thought he was going to be a few years ago when they signed him as a free agent. They thought he was going to be dominant. Thought he was going to be overpowering. They thought he was going to be a guy who could win 20 games for them. And now the possibility is out there. He could do that. Talk about the Cy Young. I mean, he's got to be one of the guys in that mix. So, huge game. I mean,
well, they're all huge.
You got to take advantage of the fact that Oakland is playing some pretty difficult ball clubs right now. They go to Cleveland. Cleveland's in front of the wild card. They're playing at home. Cleveland takes 2 out of 3. Anaheim has to take the attitude that, look, this is our chance to get a little distance between us because what happens when they leave Cleveland? Oakland leaves Cleveland, they go to Boston. You got to win some games against Detroit and take advantage of the fact that the Red Sox are out there with the possibility of beating up on the A's.
1-800-431-0734, radio at MLB.com or MLB Radio Live. Chuck writes and says, Dear Curse and Bone. Okay, after the Atlanta series, I was ready to stick a fork in the Nats. But this team does not know how to give it up. Yes, they're a long shot to make the playoffs, but you got to admit it would be really fantastic for the game if they made it. No one, and I mean no one, thought this team, with the possible exception of the team, thought they were going to be in the race this year. Anyway, stay hot, Nationals. Now, Mr. Curse, could you please stay away from the Tribe? Right now they're staying ahead of the curve on the curse of Seth, pun intended. But there is only so much a team can overcome. The Red Sox overcoming the curse of the Babe is nothing compared to the curse of the Seth. So give me and the rest of the Indians fans a break and stay away from the Tribe. And Mr. Bone, well done on the hex. It is in full effect, and I and the rest of the Nationals fans thank you.
You're so very welcome.
Keep up the good work. Stay hot, guys. As always, I'm staying hot in the nation's capital. Chuck.
Yeah, I agree with him. The fact that if the Nationals win this thing, I mean, that would be just unbelievable for baseball. Plus, Major League Baseball would be ecstatic in the sense that I think that price may go up a little bit more as far as the selling of that ball club because you're not getting a team that is rebuilding. You're getting a team that has won a wild card. So I don't think it's going to happen, but it could be a great story in itself.
1-800-431-0734, radio at MLB.com or MLB Radio Live. But going back to what we talked about with the Nationals at the All-Star break, when everyone was saying, do you think they can keep it up? We said the biggest thing they could do is play home games that matter. Because then you'll pack the place.
Right, that's what they're doing.
And they did it.
Yeah. And, boy, I tell you, can we get a call from a Met fan? Can we get a call from a Met fan?
I don't see it.
I laugh because, 3 weeks ago, we were doing the Staying Hot Team of the Week, and we had got so many threatening letters saying that it better be the Mets because they were playing so great, and this is it. So it forced our hand to name them the Staying Hot Team of the Week, and it's been downhill ever since. And if you've been listening to our show for the last couple of years, you know if we put a team as far as the Staying Hot Team of the Week, there's a pretty good chance they're going to go south afterwards. And we're living up to what we've done in the past.
Here's an email that says, I can understand what the Bone Man is saying, but I really have a hard time believing that DHing is more difficult than playing both sides. I could believe that more if someone used to play defense and it was an important part of his game and now DHs. Signed, Alex Rodriguez.
I thought he was getting ready for a game. He's got time to email us.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive.
Maybe he should be the MVP. Field. There is high-speed internet in Tropicana Field, so
he's got time to write an email. Maybe he should be the MVP.
I think that Joe in Virginia writes, I think this whole debate about MVP needs standards. Could you tell me what the standards for MVP are? This always happens.
Yeah, it varies.
Every discussion about the MVP comes about this. At least what you guys know about the standards for MVP. I think the fact that A-Rod won it on a losing team tells me that the team does not need to be in a winning situation for the MVP to apply.
True.
I can take the contrary to Bone and say it is easier for a DH because that's all he has to focus on. All he has to think about is batting practice and his approach to any given pitcher on any given night. You think that if Ortiz played first and made a few critical but almost blowing the game type errors, it wouldn't affect his mindset and ultimately his performance? If Ortiz blew the lead on an error in the top of the ninth in a postseason game, that he wouldn't be pressing in the bottom of the ninth and possibly strike out. I think the MVP has to excel in offense, and the fact that they play through defense gives an extra level of difficulty to master, which the DH doesn't see. MVP should go to both sides of the field, and if they excel in either offense or defense, then he should have the additional awards of batting champion and Gold Glove.
Well, I say the fact that a player who DH is a little bit tougher than a position player for the simple fact, as a position player, if you strike out with the bases loaded, you at least can go to the field and concentrate on trying to get it back by making a big play. You have that opportunity. As a DH, you don't have that. You have to sit on the bench and more or less wait to get your chance again. And, some guys mentally, they may press because they know that's the only way they can contribute to helping their ball club win. So I just think there's just more pressure on a guy who's DHing because that's the only thing he can do. He can't go out in the field and show and help the team on that end by making a big play in the field.
1-800-431-0734, radio at MLB.com or MLB Radio Live. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton live from Bank One Ballpark as we continue here, staying hot with Seth and Bone on MLB Radio.
What's up, Sox fans? I'm Casey Stern, host of Under the Lights right here at MLB Radio. Look, we're down to the finals in the Voice of the Nation contest, and we need your help. The winner will not only receive 2 tickets to the both Sox and Yanks at Fenway October 1st, but they'll also get to interview their favorite Red Sox on the field, co-host StateOfTheRedSox.com Nation, and last but certainly not least, they get the title of Voice of the Nation. Look, there's a lot at stake, and that's why you gotta vote. Get friends to vote, heck, get the mailman to vote. Unless, of course, he's a Yankee fan, and then you could just rub it in about what happened to his 3-0 lead. Head over to RedSox.com and the homepage in the bottom left corner, or simply go to the fan forum section of the site. Watch the 4 finalist video entries and pick your favorite. It's that simple. The winner will be announced in the September 20th episode of StateOfTheRedSox.com Nation, so it's time to get those votes in now. And I'll see you under the lights weeknights at 10, right here on MLB Radio.
Hey MLB fans, only MLB.com takes you straight from the ballpark to your computer. The game's never over when you log on to MLB.com. Your destination for live Major League Baseball games online. Watch and listen to live games with MLB.tv and MLB.com Game Day Audio. Follow Stats Live with the unique real-time feature MLB.com Game Day. For fans who just can't get enough of the game, MLB.com, the #1 site for Major League Baseball fans, where baseball is always on.
Hey Royals fans, this is Frank White, and last season I managed that AA team in Wichita and saw many of the young players in action. Trust me, this is a fun group to watch. This team will bring a lot of excitement to Kauffman Stadium, and there are many ways you can be a part of the team, from season tickets to exclusive party suites, group events, and more. Call the Royals today for more information. Kansas City is my hometown, and the Royals are our team. Come on out to the ballpark, and remember, it's all about fun.
Bases are loaded. There's a hot shot to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Stern. And Stern to cut-off man Scott. Now that's teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund. A partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit baseballtomorrowfund.com.
Hey Junior Jays, this is Frank Catalanato inviting you to join us at the Rogers Center every Saturday home game for Junior Jays Saturdays, presented by the Toronto Star. Come down early and enjoy the festivities. Face painting, balloon twisters, and performances by the J-Force and Ace. After the game, kids 14 and under can also run the bases just like us. For tickets, call 416-341-1234 or visit bluejays.com.
Hey fans, this is Marty Lurie. If you want to learn what big league life is all about, join me on Players Talk, brought to you by MLBplayers.com. Players Talk promotes the Players Trust and Volunteers of America. Join them in your community. Here's a few excerpts from some of our shows. Our guest is Carlos Beltran. Shea Stadium, how's it been for you adapting to it?
What is real difficult is the sun, day games.
Mark Kotze, our guest today. Mark, do you see a difference in pitchers as the summer wears on?
Not necessarily. I think, if anything, you see them actually.
Our guest today is Mark Teixeira. Mark, saw you in Detroit at the All-Star game. And
my first All-Star game, getting to go there.
Mike Sweeney, our guest on Players Talk. Mike, talk a little bit about this team.
The key to winning is...
if I go up there trying to do it, you're never going to do it. You're always going to make it out. That's what they pay the money for the big boys for.
Greg Biggio, our guest on the show today. You look at this team, 15 games. This is Marty Lurie. Join me right here for more Players Talk.
This is the GM Corner.
Happy that he's taken the time, and that's Brian Cashman. And Brian, welcome to the GM Corner.
Thanks for having me on. How's it going?
You got to be a happy man, Walt. 23 wins over the 500 mark. 6 Cardinals going to the All-Star game. How good can it get?
Well, there's not a whole lot to complain about, I can tell you that.
Someone who can give us a little insight, I'm sure, to the draft and many other things on the business of baseball. Dave Dombrowski of the Detroit Tigers.
Well, thank you, Fred and Ben. Nice to be with you.
Join Fred Claire on the GM Corner every Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon Eastern Time. This is MLB Radio, the Baseball Brunch.
Something that went on in one of our shows.
I would offer to walk to Los Angeles if Sean Chacon puts on Yankee pitch stripes.
Was that Seth Everett?
I think
was that staying hot with Seth and Bone Seth Everett? The same guys that take shots at us all the time? That are on from 3 to 6 Eastern Time? It would have been those guys. That same stuff?
Maybe the knowledge wasn't quite as good.
I'm saying, Anthony, rewind that.
Yeah,
I want to do that
one more time.
I want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Yeah, make sure that's
because maybe that's an imposter or something.
I would offer to walk to Los Angeles if Sean Chacon puts on Yankee pitch stripes.
That does sound like Seth Everett, doesn't it? Anthony, wait, one more time. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
I would offer to walk to Los Angeles if Sean Chacon puts on Yankee pitch stripes.
Wow, I tell you,
I couldn't even imagine.
It's going to be kind of hard to live that down, I would think. That's a lot of walking, too.
2,779 miles.
Well, let's see.
And believe me, if anybody's ever seen Seth before, that ain't going to be easy.
That ain't right.
Staying hot.
I would offer to walk to Los Angeles if Sean Chacon puts on Yankee pitch stripes. Now, that's one of those things you should just not say.
Yeah, you're good at that, right?
So we have an announcement coming up. What's the matter?
Announcement at 5. What are you going to announce?
We're going to announce what we're going to do, how we're going to cash in on this.
Well, there's no cashing in on this. You got to walk to L.A.
Well, that's probably good.
Yeah, I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. What happened to the big announcement at 5 o'clock?
Okay, here's the announcement. First of all, I want to state a lot of things have happened in the last 12 hours. The technicality that is in question is the offer. Never said flat out that, that I would run or walk to Los Angeles. I said I would offer to walk, but that offer has not been...
to use our Delta miles.
Things. I need to in some way answer the call, and I need to learn how to put
County or
down.
something.
So there's a little item in November known as a honeymoon. And yes,
entering
subject
LA
will be broached this weekend of a honeymoon walk.
Either that or we're going to Los Angeles Bakery.
You are so full of it.
This
like
is MLB Radio.
We got it for 22.
Streaming live from New York City throughout the world. This is MLB Radio.
Radio, that is.
Radio.
Welcome back, Staying Hot with Seth and Bone. 1-800-431-0734, radio@MLB.com. So we got the whole crew back today. LeGrand's running the show. Super producer's back.
Finally.
We're just not here, and they don't know how to work the microphones back there to come on our show and say hello. But the whole team has been reunited.
We know how to work the microphone.
No, here
hey,
we
good
do.
looking. How did that commercial go?
Speaking of good looking, let's go now to San Francisco, where Barry Bloom has been covering the San Francisco Giants this week. He's our national reporter for MLB.com and joins us for a quick spot here on MLB Radio. Barry, how are you?
The good-looking part I like.
Oh, there you go. Stay hot.
That's right. Just remember, video killed the journalism star.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
We'll see, exactly. Barry, this has been an interesting week for Mr. Bonds, and we'll start there. First of all, when they cleared him to play, were you surprised, and did you think that they were going to be a little hesitant? What was your talk with not just Barry Bonds, but with some of the doctors about what potential risk there is in him playing in these, what I call, meaningless games?
Well, I think, this was more for Barry's mental health than anything else. And even Sabian said he thought it would be good for him to get back on the field just to see what he could do for a couple of weeks so that he could prepare for next year. I mean, I think where the knee is that he's got bone-on-bone arthritis in that knee. So it's going to be problematic for the rest of his career and probably the rest of his life. I mean, at some point in his life, he's probably going to need a knee replacement. So, you're in a situation where it's probably as good as it's going to get for what it can be right now. It's never going to be any better. It's never going to be 100%, but it's probably at about 100% of what it can be right now. And I don't think he could do much more damage to it because there isn't any cartilage or meniscus in there anymore. So it's just sort of like, hey, if you feel good and the doctors felt that, the knee was ready to take the pounding, go back and give it a try and see what happens. And the worst thing that could happen is it swells up and gets fluid on it again, and he has to back off and sit out a few games. And, I think that could be, the circuit he's in for the rest of his career anyway.
Do you think that in terms of the way his knee will react to just having played these last couple of weeks, do you think that any kind of a setback could really curtail his 2006? Or do you think regardless, unless he just blows the knee out, he's on schedule for 2006 and this is a blip on the radar screen?
Yeah, I think he's on schedule for 2006. And, the only, thing that he has to be concerned about, to keep that knee strong, he's got to keep all the muscles and ligaments and everything around the knee because that's what's carrying the knee at this point. So the worst-case scenario for him and career ending would be, an ACL or a medial collateral. Any of those get blown out, then he's done for. I mean, this has all been just meniscus. I mean, Randy Johnson has the same thing in his knee. He's got no meniscus, no cartilage, and they shoot a substance into his knee so that he can land on that knee and pitch. But he only pitches every 5 days, and I think that's probably part of the reason why you have the inconsistency. Part of the reason with him when his back starts to hurt because he's probably changing direction a little bit, even if it's a quarter of an inch to compensate for the knee. It hurts his back. Then ultimately it can hurt his arm, and that's the situation Barry's in right now. I mean, I don't think the knee can get any worse unless he blows out any of the ligaments around it.
Well, I like to think that Barry Bonds is human. I'd like to think that. Now, you spoke with him after his first game, I'm sure. He had to have been kind of amazed what he did after the first game. The fact that he's been out the whole season, gets up there his first time up, and almost goes deep.
Well, not only goes deep, almost go deep, it's the 11 pitches in the at-bat, fouling off pitch after pitch and just staying right on top of, Adam Eaton no matter what he threw. And then, just about missing a home run by like 3 feet. It was really an incredible storybook at bat, and I think everybody was looking at this and go, like Bruce Bochy said, the guy's a freak. I mean, what kind of guy can come back after being out as long as he is and put together an at bat like that and get just – but for 2 days the guy had been locked in. he was on Sunday after they made the announcement on Saturday. On Sunday, he comes to the ballpark. It was just like tunnel vision, not looking at anything, doing all his work, not talking to anybody. I don't think he talked to anybody for 2 days. I came over to him in the locker room. I was laughing about it, and I told him, yesterday. I said, I came over to to wish you luck before the game, and I said, you looked up at me like you didn't even know who I was. It was just hysterical. That's how locked in you were. And I go, okay, leave him alone. It's like, that, and I think that's why it produced that. And that's after he goes out on the field and stands in the field for 20 minutes. And then one thing, on a cold night, because the first inning took so long.
Right.
But, here's the thing about it, and this is what astounds me. I've been on this, since like last August when he started his run for 700 homers. And every at-bat, no matter where he is, more so here in San Francisco than in other places, but certainly everywhere, every at-bat is a festival. I've never seen anything like this in all my years of Major League Baseball. Sure, in 1961 I was a little kid. I saw a lot of the Mantle Maris stuff. As they were going for, as they got closer and closer, every bat became a festival there, too. And same thing with McGuire and Sosa in 98, and probably somewhat with Bonds in 2001. But never for this long, this prolonged period of time have I seen one guy get this much attention with this much anticipation every time he comes to bat. Yesterday, he pinch hits in the 8th inning, strikes out on a pitch that was out of the strike zone. I mean, the crowd stood on its feet the whole at bat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a wonderful thing to watch, and I think it's great for Major League Baseball. And you could say whatever you want about how Barry got there. Your suppositions, what do you think? It doesn't really matter. The point of the matter is, this guy, there's nothing like him in Major League Baseball right now.
Well, I will say there are two things that, to me, I got out of this that was pretty amazing. For one, I thought initially when he came back, he would have a problem with the fastball. And it seems like the main problem he's having with off-speed pitching, it's all it is about time. As far as the fastball, he's turning on anybody's fastball right now with no big deal. And the other thing that's kind of surprising me is the fact that he's been out the entire season, but yet we still look at him as Barry Bonds, the guy who should hit a home run every at-bat. Because I watched SportsCenter the first 2 nights that he played, and they're kind of playing it off like Barry Bonds strikes out again. And I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. You act like this guy has 600 under his belt right now, and he should be locked in. He hadn't played the entire season, but yet he's such an icon that we look at him as if he didn't skip a beat, although he's been out 5 months.
Well, that strikeout with the bases loaded in the 7th inning, it was the first and third or whatever it was with the bases loaded on Monday night. That's the first time he struck out swinging and missing at three pitches since 1998.
Yeah. Right.
How unbelievable is that?
It's a crazy statistic, yeah. Lastly, how much down the stretch do you think Barry plays? Is it more than just, 2 maybe skip a day, 2 skip a day? And if the Giants continue to not be in this race, do you think that impacts if he plays maybe less or more?
No, the only thing that'll impact whether he plays less or more is the condition of his knee at this point. Yeah, it's obviously, he started with 20 games. You're down to 17 now. He'll probably play, he doesn't, even normally he does early in the season, he doesn't play day games after night games. So, I mean, I don't expect him. I expect him to play tonight, tomorrow night, probably not Saturday afternoon, but definitely Sunday afternoon. Then they're off on the road on Monday. He's got back-to-backs on Tuesday and Wednesday in D.C. Those are going to be huge events because he's never played in D.C. My understanding, talking to the guys, the Nationals, is that they've got a huge request for press credentials for those games. They probably won't play on a Wednesday, Thursday afternoon game, and then you've got a Colorado series and all the games in San Diego. So, I mean, you look at it, the Giants mathematically are probably going to hang around until they get to the San Diego series the last week of the season, and that's probably where, if the Padres don't completely, go into the clinker, they'll clinch. So, no, I think Barry will play. I would say he'll start, 15 of the 20 games and then pinch hit in every other one that he's not playing in, regardless of what happens.
Right. Barry, we appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. And I know how busy you've been covering this story. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, guys. Take care of yourself.
Take care. You
All
too.
right. It's Barry Bloom here on MLB Radio. We are just about out of time. I've got one more email just for you. He says, Randy writes us and says, "Hey, Bone, I bet Danny G hates you right now. His Mets can't win a game. It's a beautiful thing. Keep it up. Stay hot, guys."
Why do you end with that?
Why
do you end
Because
with
he's
that?
back. He's back. That'll do it for Staying Hot with Seth and Bone. Coming up tonight at 10 p.m., it's Under the Lights with Casey Stern here on MLB Radio. For the super producer, Danny G, who's back, welcome back. John LeGrand, for my partner, Darryl Hamilton. Remember, fans, we'll be calling the Brewers Diamondbacks game coming up right here at Bank One Ballpark in just a couple of minutes over on MLB TV. For all of our crew, I'm Seth Everett. This is Staying Hot with Seth and Bone, and you're listening to MLB Radio.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is Keith. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You guys glove? You want to use my glove?
He can use mine.
Yeah, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
Hi, you've reached Omar Minaya, General Manager of the New York Mets. Please leave a message.
Hey, Mr. Omar. Hi, this is Ray Romano. Long-time fan, first-time caller. Sorry, that was stupid. I was just calling about box seats. Let me know. Hey, Omar, it's Ray again. Sorry to bug you. I know you're really busy and you're tired, and not that you look tired. You look strong, actually. You got big arms, and you got I'm just calling about box seats. Omar, buddy, did you get the fruit basket? Because I didn't get the tickets. Yeah, this is getting a little awkward.
With Carlos, Pedro, and Willie joining the new Mets, everyone wants tickets this year. Call 718-507-TIXX or visit Mets.com for your tickets. The new Mets. Next year is now.
Being inducted in the Hall of Fame is the ultimate after you have a successful Major League career. Of course, I took 4 years out for World War II. I joined the Navy 2 days after Pearl Harbor, and I'm very proud to be an American and hope I've been a good one.
Relive your fondest memories of Bob Feller and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For more information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
Grinder Baseball Rule number 73. When bringing a family to a White Sox game, know your limits. For example, during the game when taking your son or daughter into the new Sox fundamental area for kids, make sure not to overdo it. Don't jump into a batting cage to show your son that Daddy's still got game, or demonstrate to little Susie a man's approach to pitching a softball. You'll only embarrass yourself, your family, and the ghosts of Nellie Fox and Shoeless Joe. Rather let the Sox Training Academy coaches teach your young'uns fundamental baseball and softball skills. Let them do their jobs. Your job is to wax poetic about your faded glory, using phrases like, back in the day, or when I was an all-star. Reminding your wide-eyed offspring that when you played, it was all about team and the game, and that's why individual stats weren't kept. Kind of like the hard-nosed team baseball your Sox play. Wrap your little yarn with a career-ending injury, and bam! Daddy is golden. For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit WhiteSox.com. The 2005 White Sox, presented by U.S. Cellular.
Log on to the MLB.com shop for all your baseball gear. Our featured item is the Stan Hot Baby Doll Tee, perfect for going to the ballpark and showing everyone what your favorite baseball show is. The Stan Hot with Seth and Bone Baby Doll Tee is 100% pre-shrunk cotton. Available in small, medium, large, and extra large, it can be yours for only $19.95. I have mine on right now. So don't miss out. Log on to MLB.com shop, the official store for Major League Baseball.
Hey fans, this is Marty Lurie. If you want to learn what big league life is all about, join me on Players Talk, brought to you by MLBplayers.com. Players Talk promotes the Players Trust and Volunteers of America. Join them in your community. Here's a few excerpts from some of our shows. Our guest is Carlos Beltran. Shea Stadium, how's it been for you adapting to it?
What is real difficult is the sun at day games.
Mark Kotze, our guest today. Mark, do you see a difference in pitchers as the summer wears on?
Not necessarily. I think, if anything, you see him actually.
Our guest today is Mark Teixeira. Mark, saw you in Detroit at the All-Star game.
My first All-Star game, getting to go there.
Mike Sweeney, our guest on Players Talk. Mike, talk a little bit about this team.
The key to winning is...
if I go up there trying to do it, you're never going to do it. You're always going to make it out. That's what they pay the money for the big boys for.
Greg Biggio, our guest on the show today. You look at this team, 15 games. This is Marty Lurie. Join me right here for more Players Talk.
This is the GM Corner.
Happy that he's taken the time, and that's Brian Cashman. And Brian, welcome to the GM Corner.
Thanks for having me on. How's it going?
You got to be a happy man, Walt. 23 wins over the 500 mark. 6 Cardinals going to the All-Star game. How good can it get?
There's not a whole lot to complain about, I can tell you that.
Someone who can give us a little insight, I'm sure, to the draft and many other things on the business of baseball. Dave Dombrowski of the Detroit Tigers.
Well, thank you, Fred and Ben. Nice to be with you.
Join Fred Claire on the GM Corner every Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon Eastern Time. This is MLB Radio.
This is Mike Timlin of the Boston Red Sox. Check me out every other week on MLB Radio with Billy Sample and Brian McRae as I talk Sox.
Swinging a fly ball right center field. Damon moving over. He's there and calling. He has it, and the Red Sox have won it. Mike Timlin gets his first save of the season, and the Red Sox take the finale of the series from the Indians.
Get the inside track as we try to defend.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow. I hadn't seen Brock in years.
I know. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, last year at the 82 team.
Oh, I guess that was fun.
I mean, all those guys, they were fun.
It would be fun. I'd love to do it.
The Under the Lights right here at MLB Radio. Look, we're down to the finals in the Voice of the Nation contest, and
My wife is from here. I'm in Houston, but I come here all the time because my wife...
You love the game.
No, we're debating. Well, no, compared to Houston, it's not that bad, but, we're just finding the right thing. We've been looking. I don't think she wants to move back because she wants to stay away from the family. But, Yeah, these two are mine. Donovan and Julius. Yeah, they're a trip, man. They're 4-3. So, they keep me busy, man. I've never...
Pat's got him throwing strikes. Wow, doing good. Good awesome. Cool. Our pitching's been great. Anyway, I'll let you go. Get to work, man. Good seeing you, man. Give me a call.
Nice to see you again. Take care. Live from Bank One Ballpark in Phoenix, Arizona, MLB.TV presents the exclusive broadcast of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Arizona Diamondbacks after a 12-inning affair that saw the Diamondbacks with a dramatic one-run victory on Alex Cintron's RBI base hit in the bottom of the 12th. The Brewers look to get back against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Welcome, everybody. I'm Seth Everett, along with my broadcast partner on MLB Radio, a little show we like to call Staying Hot with Seth and Bone. Darryl Hamilton, former Milwaukee Brewer, of course, and your chance to see your old team. And after playing 12 innings last night, Darryl, I think the number one thing both these teams want is they want to get into a rhythm. You don't want to have to use a lot of pitchers, and I'll guarantee you that's the thought of Bob Melvin and Ned Yost.
Well, it has to be. I think the simple fact that, the Milwaukee Brewers took batting practice today, the Diamondbacks didn't. When you have a long game like that, it's always difficult to come back, especially after with a day game following a night game. It's always difficult to jump back in there and start swinging again. I think it's more important at this point for the Brewers to get over 500 than it is for the Diamondbacks to stay in the race, because I think the Diamondbacks realize they don't have enough to win the National League West, which is something that is hard to come to grips with since the West has been so bad this year. But the Brewers are definitely playing for something. They're playing for something positive here in the offseason, which is get over 500. They're playing for the first time since the 92 team to be over 500, an opportunity to maybe coerce a free agent out there to come play with this ball club.
Milwaukee fell back under 500 with just their third loss in their last 9 games overall. Last night, the Brewers tied it on a balk with a runner at third, and that was one of the crazier moments with Brandon Webb, who had overall pitched a strong game for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tonight, they'll look to Sean Estes, who is trying to earn consecutive wins for just the second time this season. He made his first start after being sidelined with a stress fracture in his right ankle since June 6th. He didn't have full command his last time out, but he battled to win at Coors Field, a place he had pitched before. 7-1 was the score. Now, Estes pitched out of trouble at Coors Field. He's going to hope to not create any trouble against the Brew Crew.
Well, Sean Estes is one of those guys who years ago you thought he was going to be a consistent guy around 20 wins each year. He had that good of stuff, from a left-hander who can hit 93, 94 miles an hour with a good little cutter, a good little curveball. You figured he was going to do well. He's had injuries here and there, which has kept him out of the win column for a while, but he seems to have gotten things back. When he went with the Colorado Rockies, he pitched very well. Coming here to the Diamondbacks, he's been up and down, but he's trying to win for his second time out in a row, which is something he hadn't done in a long, long time.
Yeah, he struggled this season with Arizona after going 15-8 for the Rockies in 2004. His numbers just 7-7 in 18 starts this season, and had gone 2-4 with a 5.21 ERA in his previous 9 outings before the injury. He has won consecutive decisions just once this year, and that was back in May. The Diamondbacks have taken the field. We're getting set for the national anthem, so we'll pause here on MLB TV and back with the play-by-play after our nation's anthem. Emily Lamar with our national anthem as we get set for baseball between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Arizona Diamondbacks here at Bank One Ballpark. The Diamondbacks have taken the field, and Sean Estes making his 19th start of the year, 11th at home, 14th of his career against the Brewers. And he's pitched, of course, for the San Francisco Giants and was an All-Star in 1997 and a teammate of Darryl Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, we had a fun time. I mean, Sean was just coming into his own after being traded from the Seattle Mariners. He had the opportunity in San Francisco to go up and get a little bit of experience, but a chance to play with a good ball club. Did well. I mean, did very well. You thought after that he was going to be a guy who consistently every year would be around 18 to 20 wins. But like I said earlier, things hadn't worked out for him as far as control, as far as command of his pitches, and as far as confidence. And he's always had a confidence problem from the days back in San Francisco.
Let's give you the starting lineup for the visitors, the Milwaukee Brewers, who with the win could get back to 500. They come into today's action with a record of 72 and 73. Leading off will be their center fielder, the hot-hitting Brady Clark. He'll be in center field. Batting second, the shortstop J.J. Hardy. Batting third, the first baseman Lyle Overbay, followed by Carlos Lee. He's hitting cleanup and in left field. Bill Hall bats fifth. He's at second base. Corey Hart, the right fielder, bats sixth. Jeff Cirillo, seventh. He's at third base. Chad Moeller, eighth. And on the mound and pitching will be Tomo Oka. So Brady Clark gets set to lead things off as we are just getting started now. Attendance-wise, here at Bank One Ballpark for the first two games of this series, almost nearly identical attendances. Both times 23,700 or thereabouts. I have a feeling we're a little less than 23,000 today.
Be nice. Be nice. It's a day game after a night game, so it's always difficult. Get the fans out after a long game last night.
Clark steps in, and the first pitch is inside for ball one. Clark comes in, a .304 average, 11 homers, 43 RBIs.
And a guy at the top of the lineup that the Brewers have been very successful with.
Sky to right center field. Coming on, the right fielder, Chad Tracy, makes the catch, and we've got one down. Defensively for the Diamondbacks, Connor Jackson over at first base, Craig Counsell at second, Royce Clayton, shortstop, Troy Gloss over at third. Luis Gonzalez is in left, Sean Green in center, and Chad Tracy, the aforementioned, over in right field. Coy Hill behind the plate, and on the mound, Estes, who starts J.J. Hardy with a first pitch strike. Hardy coming in, hitting .240, 7 homers, 45 RBIs on the season. And he slices the next pitch down the right field line. That is a fair ball. It'll be extra bases for Hardy. Tracy goes into the corner, but J.J. Hardy has a stand-up double for the game's first hit.
And what I was going to say right before that pitch was the fact that he's only hitting .240, but I think J.J. Hardy, as he gets a little bit older, will basically learn the strike zone a little bit better, hit a little bit better, and go the other way a little bit better, and he did that his first time up.
Just goes to show you this game a game of inches. And now a man on second with one out for Lyle Overbay. The best bargain first baseman in all of Major League Baseball.
That's an understatement.
Overbay hitting .273, 17 homers, 67 RBIs. The pitch from Estes is outside for ball one. In his last 8 games, he's hitting .269 with a homer and 3 RBI. J.J. Hardy, who doubled, leads off second. Just getting started here at Bank One Ballpark. Estes fakes the throw to second base. No play there.
And I think for the most part, the fact that Overbay is a couple years away from free agency, I think that he is a steal. And for the most part, he's going to be with the Brewers until they decide that, his arbitration money is too high for them.
Well, and that's going to be the key, as there's a strike. The key with Overbay and the big deciding factor has to be Prince Fielder.
Sure.
Because if they really want Prince Fielder, and you can almost equate it, and I don't want to call Lyle Overbay Jim Thome, but you could almost equate it to if you feel Prince Fielder's ready, that's where the discussion has to begin on what do you do with Lyle Overbay. As the pitch is in there for a called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We've got one out here in the top of the first.
But I think for the simple fact that Prince Fielder has not been playing every day at first base, that tends to me believe that he's not ready, or at least the Brewers don't feel that he's ready.
The 1-2, fisted into shallow left. Gonzalez comes on. He makes the catch. 2 down. Hardy retreats to second base.
Plus, you got Sean Estes, a lefty on the mound, and I know Overbay is a lefty as well, but Fielder is a lefty, a young lefty. You don't want to put a young guy in a situation where he kind of shoots his confidence down a little bit facing a guy like Estes.
The big bopper in the Brewer lineup, Carlos Lee, comes in, hitting .275, 31 home runs, 104 RBIs. Of course, acquired in the blockbuster trade in the offseason for Scott Podsednik.
Very rarely get an opportunity where both teams benefit from a trade, but I think it's honestly to say that both teams have.
Lee hits this one high and deep to left field. Gonzo will look at it. It's over the wall. 2-run home run for Carlos Lee, number 32 on the season, and the Brew Crew has a 2-0 lead.
I think the simple fact that they had a long game last night, Carlos Lee's come to the plate this first time up looking dead red. Looking for a fastball. He got it, turned on it first pitch, sent it over the left field wall.
More of a line drive that just kept going. Gonzalez thought it may hook down and hit the fence on a fly.
Well, he turned on that. He had to have been looking at pitch, first pitch up, first time up. And I think, when you play a long game like they did last night, you really don't want to sit in the batter's box taking pitches, especially if you're a power hitter.
Here's Bill Hall, whose first pitch swinging, slicing this one foul into the press box, and a nice catch by a reporter who's going to keep the ball. Hall's hitting .274, 16 homers, 55 RBIs.
I think it's one of the unsung heroes for the Milwaukee Brewers this year. I mean, Bill Hall has been consistent not only in one position, but pretty much all the positions out in the field. So, 16 home runs, 55 RBIs. You look at him and you don't think he's a guy who's got power numbers, but he can do that. And there's times he's hit third and fourth in the lineup for the Brewers.
Pitch was outside for a ball. Estes' third pitch of the at-bat is outside 2-1, and the catcher for the D-backs, Coy Hill, is going to go out and talk to Sean Estes. Well, you talked about Bill Hall and his versatility. Talking to a couple of the Milwaukee people earlier today on the radio show, one of the issues with Bill Hall, using his versatility to have him have a role, but not to retard the progress of Ricky Weeks. And that could be part of it.
Well, Ricky Weeks is a guy who, confidence-wise, you got to have him in there so he can be the player that you expect him to be, and that is an all-star second baseman. I think he's a guy who can be that, but you don't want to wreck his confidence by putting him on the bench and playing him all over the place.
2-1 misses outside, and now it's 3 balls and 1 strike to Bill Hall. Carlos Lee's 2-run homer, and the Brewers already have a 2-0 lead. Sliced foul back to the screen, and the count goes full.
And this is one of those things I talked about earlier about Sean Estes and his confidence. I think when you give up a 2-run home run in the first inning, your confidence is shot a little bit. It is a good time for him to build his confidence by going after Bill Hall, getting it out here, getting back to the dugout and say to yourself, okay, it's time to regroup.
Next pitch is skied, foul, behind, just short of the press box this time.
I don't like this. This press box is wide open, and you know there's a magnet in here. I'm the magnet. This ball will find me today. I'm sure it will.
When was the last time a foul ball came at you?
The last time we did a telecast together.
You ducked so far. 3-2 is loud down the right field line. Again, a fair ball. And Bill Hall will round first and cruise into second with a stand-up double. Going the other way with it, the right-handed hitting Hall right down the line for an extra base hit. That's the third extra base hit against Estes here in the first.
Well, it's pretty much good placement. A good pitch on the outside corner, but Bill Hall decided he didn't want to pull it. He wanted to go the other way. Stuck the bat out there and hit it in a perfect spot. Good piece of hitting on his part.
That'll bring up Corey Hart. Hart's numbers on the year, 208, 2 homers, and 6 RBIs.
Corey Hart is one of those guys who get an opportunity to be seen by the big brass in Milwaukee. I mean, young players will get an opportunity to get up here and show what they can do. Now, what they do is up to them, but the opportunity is there.
And he's an on-the-radar screen type prospect for the Brewers. Hall leads off second. This one lofted to the left center field gap. Chasing is Green, who calls off Gonzo, makes the catch, and that retires the side. But the Brewers pick up 2 on the 2-run homer by Carlos Lee. They leave 1. At the end of 1/2 inning of play, it's Milwaukee 2, Arizona 0. You're watching MLB TV.
You love the game. You love your team. And you love your friends and family. So to get home safely, you hand off your keys to a sober, designated driver. America's all-star team of sports leagues, stadium service partners, brewers, broadcasters, and traffic safety experts thanks the sober, designated drivers who make sure you buckle up and get you home safely.
Introducing the MLB.com Arcade. Simply log on to MLB.com and play games online. Choose from hundreds of exciting games ranging from sports to puzzles and strategy to simulation. Download the free web version of MLB.com's Play Ball and enjoy what we have to offer. For just $19.99, you can get all the games. They're yours to own, and there's no additional downloads. The MLB.com Arcade, available only on MLB.com.
Hey fans, this is Marty Lurie. Join the skipper, Art Howe, and me for Going Deep every other Thursday at 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Pacific, where Art and I talk about the relevant baseball issues of the day and even have some guests from baseball of yesteryear. Join us for Going Deep, Marty Lurie and Art Howe, right here on MLB.com every other Thursday at 2 o'clock Eastern and 11 o'clock Pacific. We'll see you there.
Back here at Bank One Ballpark, Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton. We go to the bottom of the second. Milwaukee with a 2-0 lead on the Carlos Lee 2-run home run. As we go to the bottom of the second, we'll give you the starting lineup for the home team, the Arizona Diamondbacks. So we'll lead off with Craig Counsell. Counsell on the year, 267, 9 homers, and 41 RBIs. It'll be Counsell, Chad Tracy, and Luis Gonzalez 1 through 3. Troy Glaus, Sean Green, Connor Jackson 4 through 6. Royce Clayton, Coy Hill, and Sean Estes pitching and batting ninth. First pitch to Counsell is in there for a called strike one.
And Tomo Oka, his main thing is getting ahead with strikes. I mean, he's got a good fastball, a little bit of a cutter, changeup, gets ahead in his strike zone. He'll be fine the rest of the day, but that has always been the issue with him since coming over from the Nationals.
Tomo Oka on the mound. The right-hander yielded 5 runs, 6 hits, and 3 walks in 3 innings of a 7 loss to the Houston Astros on Saturday at Miller Park. He had won 3 straight decisions and was 4-1 with a 3.43 ERA in his previous 6. The 1-1 pitch in there for a called strike two.
And I think for the most part, the Brewers are pleased with Oka and the fact that he comes over from the Nationals. Probably a guy who ran out his welcome there, didn't do the job they expected him to do.
Had a falling out with Frank Robinson.
That's all it takes. And he's come over here and done a great job for them.
Counsell slices this one foul. Looks like he broke the bat on that one. He'll go get some new lumber. Defensively for the Brewers, Lyle Overbays at first, Bill Hall at second, J.J. Hardy over at short, Jeff Cirillo over at third. Boy, is this place just filled with your former teammates?
Pretty much.
The outfield, Carlos Lee in left, Brady Clark in center, Corey Hart over in right. Behind the plate, Chad Moeller, and on the mound, Tomo Oka. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the first. Milwaukee with a 2-0 lead. Counsell, high chopper to Cirillo, plants himself, throws across, and the wide throw stretches Overbay, but he steps on the bag to retire Counsell. Never hurts when you have the ability to stretch over there at first base.
Yeah, and that's one thing about Overbay. I think that's a little bit better than Prince Fielder in this situation. Defensively, he's pretty good at first base. So you need to have that guy out here not only can do the job at the plate, but in the field as well.
That'll bring up Chad Tracy, who's batting second and playing in right field. And the first pitch from Oka is in there for a called strike one.
This is Mike Timlin of the Boston Red Sox.
Hi, Mike.
I don't know what you're talking about. The 0-1 pitch sliced foul, and the count goes 0-2. Tracy, 22 home runs, 55 RBIs, batting from the left side.
That's probably the main problem, I think, with teams that struggle at times. You got a guy who's 22 home runs, but he only had 55 RBIs. I mean, something doesn't add up with that. Am I wrong on that end?
No. No, you're not. He reaches for a pitch out of the strike zone, and that's strike 3. So Oka has his first strikeout. And we've got 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
Good changeup. You know, when you get ahead with the strike zone, you throw your changeup like that. You have a lot of guys fishing like Tracy just did.
That'll bring up Luis Gonzalez, who was awarded this week the 2005 Branch Rickey Award for Community Service. He's the third Diamondback to win the award, more than any other team. And yes, I will say I'm very glad he won it because I voted for him.
It helps.
So it's nice to know your vote counts,
Well,
even without a recount.
If that's anyone else who won that, would you come out and say I voted for him as well?
No, I'd say I voted
Okay.
for Gonzo.
All righty. All righty.
First pitch was a strike. The 0-1 now coming from Oka. Kicks and deals. The pitch low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gonzalez on the year, 268, 21 homers, 71 RBIs. Interesting article in the Arizona Republic today concerning Gonzalez and the Diamondbacks' options with him going into the final year of a multi-year contract.
It's always tough in that position, or in that situation, I should say. But I think he's been the face of this franchise for a number of years. I mean, if I were him, I would not worry about what's going to happen in the future because I think the Diamondbacks realize he's not only important on the field, but off the field as well.
The 1-2 to Gonzalez. He swings and misses at a pitch low, and that's the second strikeout for Tomo Oka. 3 up, 3 down here in the first, and we played one here at Bank One Ballpark. It's the Brewers 2 and the Diamondbacks nothing. You're watching MLB TV.
This is Mike Timlin of the Boston Red Sox. Check me out every other week on MLB Radio with Billy Sample and Brian McRae as I talk Sox.
Swinging a fly ball, right center field. Damon moving over. He's there and calling. He has it, and the Red Sox have won it. Mike Timlin gets his first save of the season, and the Red Sox take the finale of the series from the Indians.
Get the inside track as we try to defend our World Series trophy by emailing me at radio@mlb.com.
No one covers the game like us. This is MLB Radio.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and now lighter on...
If you guys are going to play this game, you have to stay in shape, especially you older guys. How old are you?
I'm only 8.
Let's go. Jumping jacks.
1, 2, 3.
And stop. Now everybody start hopping.
Look at me.
It's a very important stretch. Faster. Feel it? Woo! Let's go.
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
Your grandparents came here.
The long drive going, and it's a home run for Joe DiMaggio.
Your parents came here.
Here comes Roger Maris in to score, and Cepeda pulling to second with a double.
Now it's your turn.
It's gone, and Robin Yount has hit successive home runs off Jim.
Cooperstown, New York. A tradition of excellence for 7 decades. Be a part of it. For information, call 1-888-Hall of Fame.
Back here in Phoenix, Arizona, MLB TV's exclusive broadcast of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Seth Everett along with Darryl Hamilton, former Milwaukee Brewer. As we go to the top of the second, Sean Estes in his second inning of work throws outside to Jeff Cirillo. The numbers on Cirillo, 277, 3 homers, and 16 RBIs.
Big inning, obviously, for Sean Estes. The confidence factor has to play into this inning because he gave up 2 runs, gave up a home run first inning out. He's got to come back and get on top of the hitters and basically throw strikes. He's got to build his confidence back up again.
The 2-0 to Cirillo is low, and the count now 3 balls and no strikes.
And just as I said that, he's throwing ball 3.
Welcome to the wacky world that is when Seth and Darryl do a game. Cirillo was taking all the way, and the pitch now a called strike 1. Cirillo's been around. The majors, that is. And he takes ball 4 outside.
Good job of cleaning that up. He's with his second stint with the Milwaukee Brewers. But here's a guy, Cirillo was a guy who you expected to hit 300 every year. He's had a lot of injuries over the last few years, comes back to Milwaukee and is trying to get the swing back.
The thought would be that perhaps if in spring training of 06 the Brewers decide to go with Weeks at second base, then essentially what they could do is move Bill Hall to third, which would open up a spot or take away a spot, rather, for Cirillo. That's an interesting decision that Doug Melvin has to make in the offseason.
I think Cirillo understands that he's not an everyday player anymore. So with that in mind, you have to focus on being a guy coming off the bench. And if you can do that job, then you still have a job. I think that's the key right now.
Chad Moeller steps in, hitting .208 on the season, and he grounds one to short. Clayton over to second for one. Relay throw, double play.
I think Estes on that play was basically trying to work on his fastball coming in. Chad Moeller couldn't get around on it. Broke his bat. It's easy 6-4-3 double play.
And that's a big out for Sean Estes. The one thing you didn't want to see Estes work into was a routine where every out was a struggle, as had been the case in the first inning.
Yeah, and a struggle would be throwing a lot of pitches. You know, you threw a lot of pitches in the first inning. You don't want to go out in the second inning and do the same thing, so a double play always helps.
Now, all the games we've done so far this season, as Oka bounces this one to first, Jackson picks it up, takes it himself. Do you give pitchers batting averages out?
You really don't. There's no need for that.
So I'm not going to say that he was hitting 111?
No.
Okay, 3 up, 3 down.
Did, but no, we won't go there.
No runs, no hits, nobody left. An inning and a half in the books. It's Milwaukee 2 and the Diamondbacks nothing here at Bank One Ballpark.
Hi, you've reached Omar Minaya, General Manager of the New York Mets. Please leave a message.
Hey, Mr. Omar. Hi, this is Ray Romano. Long-time fan, first-time caller. Sorry, that was stupid. I was just calling about box seats. Let me know. Hey, Omar, it's Ray again. Sorry to bug you. I know you're really busy and you're tired, and not that you look tired. You look strong, actually. You got big arms, and you got I'm just calling about box seats. Omar, buddy, did you get the fruit basket? Because I didn't get the tickets. Yeah, this is getting a little awkward.
With Carlos, Pedro, and Willie joining the new Mets, everyone wants tickets this year. Call 718-507-TIXX or visit Mets.com for your tickets. The new Mets. Next year is now.
Being inducted in the Hall of Fame is the ultimate after you had a successful major league career. Of course, I took 4 years out for World War II. I joined the Navy 2 days after Pearl Harbor, and I'm very proud to be an American and hope I've been a good one.
Relive your fondest memories of Bob Feller and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For more information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
Back here at Bank One Ballpark, we go to the bottom of the second with Milwaukee down up 2-0 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tomo Oka begins his second inning of work. He'll face Gloss, Sean Green, and Connor Jackson.
You know, I always thought it was so difficult, that day game after night game, especially, you know, a 12-inning affair like it was last night. I mean, it's tough to get motivated. I know a lot of fans don't understand that, but when your body needs a little time to recover, and jumping out here and playing a game right after the fact you were here till midnight last night, it's always difficult. But that's why you make the big bucks.
Troy Gloss is lifetime .400 against Tomo Oka, 2 for 5 with a homer and 4 RBIs. First pitch is outside for ball one. Gloss on the year, 35 home runs, 92 RBI. Big cut on a fastball and misses. That along with a .265 average on the year.
I think you look at his numbers, I think his power numbers are pretty impressive with the fact that he's coming off a major injury the year before. He's going to be fine. I think they pretty much got a steal in signing him last year.
That one line foul down the left field line, and the count now 1-2. Gloss and Russ Ortiz with the two big offseason free agent signings for this franchise, as well as the trade for the guy in the on-deck circle, Sean Green. The 1-2 breaking ball misses, and Gloss lays off 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I kind of look at the Diamondbacks in the same situation I look at the New York Mets, in the sense that it's going to be a working progress. You can't do it all in one off season. Give yourself a little time. Sign a couple pitchers here and there.
Better ballpark. Gloss swings and misses at strike 3.
I'm trying to prove a point here, and you're laughing. Anytime I say New York Mets, you start laughing.
I didn't say a word.
But you know what I'm saying. They're on the right path. You can't look at 1 year and say, oh, God, they didn't win, so they didn't do their job.
3 straight strikeouts for Tomo Oka. Very interesting to see Oka's response. I remember seeing a documentary on Oka when he had come over from Japan. He seemed like one of the more humble guys. As the first pitch to Sean Green is in there for a strike. Green, 299 on the season, 22 home runs, 73 RBI. And when he had his problems with Frank Robinson, a lot of people had said that Oka had gotten a little too big for his britches, so to speak. Pitches inside, ball 1 ball and a strike. And so when he comes to Milwaukee, the Nationals were never in a position where they had an excess of pitching. Had to been pretty serious.
Right.
Misses inside, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, because you wonder, with a team struggling as far as their starting pitching is concerned, they give up on one. It must have been something so damaging there was no repair involved.
So you wonder about the status of Oka in his career after the experience in Montreal, the experience in Washington. Green bounces one toward second. Hall picks it on 2 hops, throws over, and there's 2 down.
Well, I think you wake up after something like this happens, after they send you to Milwaukee. Not saying Milwaukee is a bad place at all, but you're in a pennant race. You're with a team that was in first place at the time. So it's got to be something a little more humbling to the point where you wake up and realize you need to go out there and play.
Arizona leads the lifetime series between these two franchises 30-26, including 15-14 here at Bank One Ballpark. Connor Jackson steps in, the first baseman for the D-backs. And the pitch at the knees for strike 1. Jackson on the year, 206, 2 homers, 8 RBIs.
And another guy on the radar for the Diamondbacks, given an opportunity to play. I mean, I've always said in the past that every player gets an opportunity. Now, what you do with that, it's up to you, but you will get a chance to play.
Jackson looks at strike 2 on the outside corner, and now Oka deals from the full wind, the 0-2 pitch. It's the sign from Moeller, and it's sliced foul behind home plate.
When I see Connor Jackson, I see the Jackson on the back of the uniform with number 16. Strange, it doesn't look like Bo Jackson.
No. Different sized uniform.
Yeah. I think it's a triple XL.
The 0-2 pitch misses high and outside. Ball 1. Jackson flied out as a pinch hitter last night, and as a pinch hitter is 0 for 12 this season. The pitch misses low, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So he hadn't figured out that pinch hitting role yet, has he?
No. He's 1 for his last 10 coming into today's action.
It's always a good time for a young player, but it's also difficult, especially when you struggle, because you start pressing.
The 2-2 pitch. Slow roller toward first. Picked up by Overbay, who steps on the bag. And the Diamondbacks go 1-2-3 here in the second. We've played 2 at Bank One Ballpark, and the Brew Crew has a 2-0 lead on Arizona. You're watching MLB TV.
Grinder baseball rule number 73. When bringing a family to a White Sox game, know your limits. For example, during the game when taking your son or daughter into the new Sox fundamental area for kids, make sure not to overdo it. Don't jump into a batting cage to show your son that Daddy's still got game, or demonstrate to little Susie a man's approach to pitching a softball. You'll only embarrass yourself, your family, and the ghosts of Nellie Fox and Shoeless Joe. Rather let the Sox Training Academy coaches teach your young'uns fundamental baseball and softball skills. Let them do their jobs. Your job is to wax poetic about your faded glory, using phrases like, back in the day, or when I was an all-star, reminding your wide-eyed offspring that when you played, it was all about team and the game, and that's why individual stats weren't kept, kind of like the hard-nosed team baseball your Sox play. Wrap your little yarn with a career-ending injury, and bam! Daddy is golden! For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit WhiteSox.com. The 2005 White Sox, presented by U.S. Cellular.
Log on to the MLB.com shop for all your baseball gear. Our featured item is the Stan Hot Baby Doll Tee, perfect for going to the ballpark and showing everyone what your favorite baseball show is. The Stan Hot with Seth and Bone Baby Doll Tee is 100% pre-shrunk cotton. Available in small, medium, large, and extra large, it can be yours for only $19.95. I have mine on right now. So don't miss out. Log on the MLB.com shop, the official store for Major League Baseball.
Back here at Bank One Ballpark, we'll go to the top of the third and the top of the order for the Milwaukee Brewers. A 2-run home run by Carlos Lee, if you're just joining us, in the top of the first inning, gives the Brewers a 2-0 lead. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton, normally heard on MLB Radio. We should mention, since we're doing the Brewers and Diamondbacks, that our show on MLB Radio can be heard from 2 to 5 Central Time and noon to 3 Pacific Time.
That's important.
The pitch to Brady Clark is low, 2 balls and no strikes. 0 for 1. He flied to right his first time up. He was hitless last night, going 0 for 5 at the plate. That's a line shot down the left field line. That'll be a fair ball, and that'll be extra bases. Clark with the big turn, and he has hurt his first base hit in a couple of days. A leadoff double to start the third.
I think he may have heard you saying he was 0 for so far, 0 for 6. Got another fastball inside. I mean, Brady Clark is a guy who is not going to hit a ton of home runs, but he has good power. And if you try to go inside on him, he's going to turn on pitches like he did on that one.
J.J. Hardy now, who had extended his hitting streak to 8 games with the double in the first inning, wound up scoring on the home run by Lee.
And it's a good time for J.J. Hardy to concentrate on going the other way. I mean, a hit here is not that important. It's getting that guy over the third base with less than 2 outs.
Runners come in at the corners, and the pitch is in there for a called strike one.
You know, I look at the way their defense is situated, and I don't see him trying to bunt in this situation. I think it's a great time, a great opportunity for him to work on something, and that's hitting the ball to the right side of the infield.
Clark leads off second, and the pitch low. Nice stop by Coy Hill. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think it's important for teams that are not necessarily in the pennant race anymore to get their players in a situation where they work on something. And in this situation, J.J. Hardy needs to work on hitting the ball to the right side of the infield. There's no use in trying to get out here and try to bunt. I mean, we know he can bunt.
Has an RBI in 7 of his last 12 games. Estes fakes the throw to second. Clayton was covering. He has 16 RBIs in his last 12 games since August 31st. Overall, 45 on the campaign. Runner leads off second, and the breaking ball doesn't fall in. 2 balls and a strike. We're here at Bank One Ballpark in the top of the third, Milwaukee with a 2-0 lead. This one driven high and deep, straightaway center field. Going back at the track, making the catch is Green. Clark will tag and go to third, but J.J. Hardy gave that one a ride.
And we talked about hitting the ball the right side, but if you hit a ball deep to center field, you do your job as well. I think Brady Clark did an excellent job on that play because the ball hit deep to center field. You want to make sure that it's not going to drop in because it drops in, you find yourself going back to second base, you're not going to score. So he waited till the ball looked like it's going to be caught, took the tag, got to third base. Now they're in a good run-scoring situation.
It's 4:07 to straightaway here at the Bob. I've hesitated calling it that so far today.
You love it. You love it.
Here's Overbay now, flied out his first time up. Clark, the runner, leads off third. Foul back to the screen. We have 1 out here, top third. Brewers with another threat.
And this goes big for a young ball club like the Brewers to get guys going up to the plate doing their job. You got a man at third base now with less than 2 outs. Overbase job to get him in any way you can.
The pitch from Estes backs him off a bit. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And this is one of the changes, I think, in Major League Baseball. And having the infield coming in the third inning, I don't agree with that. I think you give up the run.
Concede the run.
Yeah.
Tries to back him off again, misses 2 balls and a strike.
I mean, this is kind of ballpark where, you know, you're going to score some runs. So, I mean, if you get shut out, then you're not supposed to win anyway.
The 2-1 pitch. Grounder past Counsell into right field. And the drawn-in infield might have cost the Diamondbacks a run there as Clark scores and the Brewers have a 3-0 lead.
And that's what I'm talking about. I think when you bring the infield in, there are more opportunities for balls that are not hit necessarily hard to get through. And with the infield playing in, that ball wasn't hit that hard, but the infield playing so far in, it sneaks through the right side of the infield for a base hit.
Now Carlos Lee steps in. He had the big 2-run homer in the first. That was the Brewers' initial runs. Now Overbay, who had the RBI single, leads off first base, and the pitch to Lee is outside for ball 1. Lee now with 32 home runs on the season. And the defense for the Diamondbacks will shift for the right-handed hitting Lee as the second baseman Counsell is almost directly behind the bag in short center field. It's the pitch high and inside, 2-0.
And this is our first opportunity to see the infield, whether they want to play Carlos Lee. First time up, they didn't get a chance to move around because it was one pitch and a home run.
We didn't get to say anything glowing about it. The pitch, breaking ball, misses, hitting .383 in the month of September. And has a 3-0 count here in the third.
And I would think he has the green light in this situation.
Estes to the belt, deals. He was taking all the way.
Of course he was taking all the way.
3-1.
You had to throw that in, huh? They can't. All right, cool.
What? I didn't do anything. 3 balls and a strike to Lee. Bounces this one foul over to the first base coaching box. And the count now 3 balls and 2 strikes.
That was a little bit of a...
You roll the dice when you do something like that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's pretty good.
True. But this is the one thing I don't understand when teams play particular hitters a certain way. When you play a guy, it's dead pull. You've got your second baseman pretty much playing directly behind second base. Why do you throw him away? Why do you throw a right-handed hitter pitchers away? I mean, a good hitter, which I think Carlos Lee is, he'll go with the pitch. And he may not hit it that hard to second base. Well, he hit it hard enough to get through where the second baseman should be. If you're going to play your infield all the way over to pull, then you throw inside and force him to hit that way.
Lee got a new bat, so now he will step in with a 3-ball, 2-strike count. 1 out here in the top of the third. A run already in. It's 3-0 Milwaukee. Popped up behind home. Hill gives chase. He'll run out of room. And it gives us an excuse to look into the stands.
Oh, that's solid. Right into the beer cup. How do you do that?
Well, he had to have drank the beer first.
Oh, he got halfway through. Do you go back to the concessions and cash in? Do you give up the ball for a new beer?
Absolutely not.
Really?
Oh, you don't give up the ball.
I thought a recovering alcoholic would say yes.
Well, if I had one to talk into the booth.
Threw you off guard with that, didn't I?
3-2 misses, and it's ball 4.
I love to change it up on you every once in a while. You're like, where did that come from? Oh, my goodness.
Did you hear what he said? So now runners at first and second, still just 1 out. And that'll bring up Bill Hall.
I think the hacks that Carlos Lee took on the 3-2 pitches.
You said hacks, right?
Yeah,
not
the
hacks.
Hacks. We all know what the hex is. Hacks. Scared Sean Estes a little bit to force him to throw a curveball. Curveball in the dirt, for that matter.
Bill Hall doubled his last time up. Runners at first and second. As the infield now plays straight away. And the pitch from Estes is low for ball 1. The roof here is closed as the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks will come out and talk to Sean Estes, Mark Davis.
I think for the most part, Mark Davis, the pitching coach, is sitting on the side here looking at the way he's going after the hitters. I mean, he's topping out right now at 85, 86 miles an hour, and he's not really being aggressive. You want to go out and tell your guy, look, if they hit the ball, they hit the ball, but go after them. Don't sit back and let them dictate what's going to happen in this game.
Arizona comes into today's action in fourth place, 6.5 games removed from the front-running San Diego Padres, while the Dodgers and Giants are tied for second place, 6 games back and opening up a 4-game series tonight in San Francisco. The pitch skied foul right side, and it'll reach the upper tier.
I tell you, I've always liked watching Bill Hall take his hacks. I'll say that hacks again. The fact that he's a small guy, he's not big at all, but I tell you what, he doesn't get cheated. This guy can put up some pretty impressive numbers. He's got 16 home runs already this season. I think if he played every day, he would do a whole lot better.
The pitch to Hall is low, 2 balls and a strike. After the game, Milwaukee will travel to Houston, Texas, for a 3-game set against the Houston Astros.
Are we on their charter? Are we flying with them?
You didn't get that memo?
No, I didn't.
The 2-1 line shot up the middle. That'll fall in for a base hit. Green has to play it on a hop, and it was hit so hard that both runners can only advance 1 base. Now the bases are loaded for Corey Hart.
I think at second base, Lyle Overbay couldn't take the chance of being double up. And basically, you're right. Bill Hall hit that ball so hard on the line that you have to hold up, make sure the ball drops, and you can't score in that situation.
It looked for a second that it might hold up for Green to get there to make the catch. Green, by the way, who played right field in the 12-inning game last night, goes back to his normal position of center field. Bases loaded for Hart, who flied to center his first time up.
And that's one of those situations you may have to realize who you have in center field, because Sean Green is not an everyday center fielder. He's a right fielder. You may want to take a chance in it, and he may not see the ball as well.
The 1-0 pitch is sliced foul, 1 ball and 1 strike. Brewers looking to break this game open. Bases loaded with 1 out. Milwaukee coming in at a 72-73 record. And as we said earlier in the broadcast, Darryl, the number one thing that they have to look for is to not have a losing season. It would be the first time since 1992 that the Milwaukee Brewers finished at 500 or above, if they can do that this year.
It's been a long time coming, and I think these guys realize how important this is for this organization. Hey, you can't look at the past and say, okay, we're a part of that. But you have to realize the future is here for the Brewers, and getting to 500 or getting over 500 is a key thing in this situation.
A ball and 2 strikes. Estes deals, and a comebacker past the mound. The second baseman Counsell flips the tag, throws over to first base. And he claims that he tagged the runner and should have a double play. A run scores. It's 4-0 Milwaukee. Counsell's living.
Well, I think in that situation, Counsell did the right thing. He came up to field the ball. Looked like he got him at second base. Bill Hall was running past him. In that situation, coming from first base, you definitely want to stop and force that second baseman to tag you out. But it seems like he got past him enough to where the umpire felt he was safe.
So you can score at 4-3 and just a regular ground out. Everybody advances a base. Lee goes to third. Hall goes to second. Overbay comes in to score, and it's 4-0. And instead of being out of the inning, there's 2 down, and Jeff Cirillo coming to the plate.
I think probably the one mistake that Counsell made was probably sitting back on the ball a little bit longer than what he should have. Should have forced the issue by charging the ball and basically getting Bill Hall's way as he went to second base and forced Bill Hall to run him over or run behind him.
Bob Melvin comes back to the dugout. That's the chorus of boos.
I think chorus of boos was for the call, right? Not for Bob Melvin.
No. Just wanted the argument to go longer. 4-0 Milwaukee. Cirillo walked his first time up. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. 49 pitches already for Sean Estes, and we've just gone 2 2/3.
It's not a good start from him as far as pitches are concerned.
The 0-1 pitch outside, 1-1.
And like we said at the beginning of the telecast, having control. Throwing strikes has been his main issue throughout his career. Kind of thought he's gotten past that, but it's one of those days where he just can't find the strike zone.
Cirillo will step out. Runners at second and third for Milwaukee. And the pitch misses inside, 2-1. Well, looking at it, you see that Counsell apparently wouldn't have thrown the ball if he thought that he still had to get the runner. Now, a lot of times when you turn a double play and a second baseman or shortstop standing on the bag, they don't actually touch the bag. I think Counsell's gripe was that was not close enough.
Right, it was close enough, and he assumed that he took the swipe. Maybe he didn't tag him, but it was close enough to where he should make the call out.
Pitch outside now, 3-1 to Cirillo. The on-deck hitter is the number 8 hitter, Chad Moeller. Four runs, 6 hits, no errors for Milwaukee. We're only in the third. No runs, no hits for Arizona. Three balls, one strike. We've got 2 outs, top 3. Runners lead off second and third. The pitch from Estes backs him off, and it's ball 4. That's the second walk for Cirillo of the day, and now the bases are loaded once again.
I think the one thing
that'll be all for Sean Estes.
I think the one thing we noted with Estes is that he looked a little confused on the mound today. Just like he couldn't pick up the pitches from his catcher, had no idea what was going on, and really seemed confused, and now they're going to make the move.
Bob Melvin's on the mound. That'll be all for Sean Estes. We'll be back with the relief pitcher as we continue. We're in the top of the third. It's Milwaukee 4 and Arizona 0.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is key. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You got gloves? You want to use my glove?
He can use mine.
See, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
All right, back here at Bank One Ballpark, the new pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks is Brandon Lyon, who comes in relief of Sean Estes. And before we get to the numbers on Lyon, let's just say less than spectacular in start number 2 for Estes since coming back from the disabled list.
Terrible start for him in the sense that you got to get out of the first couple innings. I mean, you got to do your job by throwing strikes, and that's the one thing we talked about earlier. He has problems throwing strikes. Getting in the strike zone has been his main issue his entire career.
Pitch is low to Chad Moeller. We've got bases loaded, 2 outs here in the third. One ball, no strikes. And Moeller lines this one. It'll be a base hit to left field. It'll roll all the way into the corner. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. Cirillo's going to score from first base, and a bases-clearing double for Chad Moeller. And the Brewers, Darryl, are blowing this one right open.
Blowing it wide open early. I think Chad Moeller in that situation, when a new relief pitcher is on the mound, you want to look dead red. You may not know what he features, but you know he's in a situation where he has to throw strikes. And he threw a dead red fastball in on him. He turned on it. Double down the line, scored all 3 runs.
Now it's a 7-0 ball game. And welcome to this one, Brandon Lyon. Now the pitcher, Oka, comes up. 7 runs on 7 hits and a bouncer through the infield.
Boy.
That's a base hit. Muller's going to be waved home. He comes in, makes the slide, and he's safe. 8-0 Brew Crew.
Wow. Can you say bad to worse? You've got the pitcher who you decided you didn't want to say what he was hitting.
Coming in a big old 111.
Well, he's gone up a little bit today.
And he picks up an RBI.
I think when you look at the batting average, you figure that he's not going to be swinging, or if he swings, he's certainly going to miss. He didn't that time.
Oka goes to second on the throw. And now the top of the order as the Brewers have batted around. Here's Brady Clark.
Stay hot.
What are we going to talk about in the 6th inning?
Ooh. This game is moving fast, though.
Runner leads off second in Oka, and Clark takes a pitch for a fastball, strike 1. Clark doubled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2 on the game.
This is a great game, obviously, for the Brewers, but in the sense you lose a tough one last night, you want to get out ahead with a few runs. Well, this is ridiculous.
Brandon Lyon coming in with an ERA of 5.93, an 0-2 record, and 13 saves. As the pitch misses now, 1 ball and 1 strike.
So I think for the most part, Sean Estes' book is closed.
Yes. Slammed shut. Lyon deals, and the pitch gets away from Hill, but he recovers, and Oka can advance.
Sean Estes, 2 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 7 runs all earned, 3 walks, 1 home run.
That's what I was going to ask. The Ernie's 7 earned runs by Estes. 2 2/3 innings.
57 pitches, 30 strikes, 27 balls, 57.
2 balls and a strike now to the leadoff man for the Brewers, Brady Clark. 8-0 Milwaukee. Bouncer foul past the third baseman. And it'll go 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're in the top of the third, and if you just joined us, the air has been let out of the Arizona Diamondbacks Stadium here. It's 8-0 Milwaukee. We're in the top of the third. The 2-2 pitch. Slice foul, and the count remains 2-2.
And all you people at MLB Advanced Media who are laughing at us right now, shame on you.
Pitched well in Saturday's game at Coors Field. Notched a hold, recording the final out in the 7th, and stranded 1 of 2 inherited runners. For Brandon Lyon. Again, a check swing foul back behind home plate. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And from looking at Brandon Lyon, it looks like he has a pretty good fastball, sinker, slider, and curveball. But I think when you come in the game with the bases loaded, you want to throw a fastball to get ahead because you don't want to get behind an account. I don't care what hitter's at the plate. You don't want to get behind an account with the bases loaded. So you have a tendency to throw that fastball, and if you're a good hitter and you look for that pitch, you can turn on it, like Chad Moeller did.
The runner leads off second, and the pitch misses, and the count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. I thought this place was quiet in the first inning. But not all bad. 3-2. Lyon deals the pitch, and a line shot blast to diving Clayton into center field. That's a base hit. Oka rounds third. He will score, and it's 9-0 Milwaukee.
Wow.
RBI single for Brady Clark.
Nice inning, Brady Clark. Second knock of the inning. Drove in a run that time. A double early on to start the inning.
Now the shortstop, J.J. Hardy, will step up. Still 2 outs. 7 runs in the inning. 9-0 Milwaukee on top. We've been on the road for the last 3 days. We were at Tropicana Field on Tuesday, saw a 17-3 game, and now it's 9-0 in the third.
Wow.
The drama, not with us.
Well, don't you love the scoring line for the Brew Crew. 9 runs on 9 hits.
That's effective run producing.
Yes, it is.
Pitch is outside for ball 1. 1-0. Lyon trying to get out of this inning. Looks in for the sign. The 1-0 misses, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
And if you're at the ballpark and being a scorekeeper today, this is your worst nightmare. Hitting around the order. Two hits in 1 inning.
And Mark Davis, the pitching coach, comes back out.
What do you tell him, though?
Just to Brandon Lyon.
You know, Mark, what do you tell him?
The line on Sean Estes, 2 2/3, 6 hits, 7 runs, all earned, 3 walks, and 1 home run.
Wow.
Stay high.
It's not something to build on as far as the offseason is concerned.
Hardy now faces a 2-0 count. Lyon looks in. And the pitch outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Hardy doubled and scored in the first inning. Fly to center his last time up, which was this 3rd inning.
Oh, your worst nightmare. 2 outs in 1 inning. Ugh.
The 3-0
he
misses
lives
outside,
for another day.
and it's ball 4.
He lives for another day.
And the Boo Birds continue here at Bank One Ballpark. More activity in the Arizona bullpen. As now Lyle Overbay, who has singled, driven in a run, and scored, and flew to left field. It's 9-0 Milwaukee on top. First pitch to Overbay is in there for a strike.
I'm waiting for something to happen in the box right next to ours, which is the general manager's box. I'm waiting for some things to be thrown out there in a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
wake up the dugout or something.
Lyon deals the 0-1. Breaking ball misses, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, looking at the field right now and this time of the day, Brandon Lyon has an advantage because, as you can see, he's in the sun. Part of him is in the sun. That's tough for a hitter to pick up a ball when you see the pitcher in the sunlight and you're in the shade.
1 ball, 1 strike. Lyon deals, and it's slice foul. Count goes 1 ball and 2 strikes.
But obviously by the run production and the hits, it has not affected the Brew Crew.
Brewers looking to win the season series against the Arizona Diamondbacks, which is even at 3 today. And so far, they have the advantage.
That'll be the understatement of the year.
I just wanted to see if you were going to seize that. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch misses, and the count evens up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Seth Everett, Darryl Hamilton. You're watching an exclusive on MLB TV. The Milwaukee Brewers with a 9-0 lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks. We're still in the top of the 3rd. Runners at 1st and 2nd. Lyle Overbay at the plate. And he misses again. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Tell you what, you look at the position players for the Diamondbacks, they're hating life right now. It is the worst nightmare to have a guy come on the mound throwing so many pitches, so many balls, can't seem to find the strike zone. I mean, it's evident that this game is over already in the 3rd inning, but these guys are not enjoying life right now. And I hate saying that because it's only the 3rd inning.
Lyon deals, and the runners go, and it is sliced left side foul.
You know, in situations like this, I think managers put certain players on the mound to more or less see what they're made out of. I mean, if you can go in a game being down by this many runs and go out there and pitch well, that means you want to pitch. You want to be out there. You go out there and throw a lot of balls and walk a lot of people, it tells you you're really not ready for the big leagues.
Runners will again be taken off. The 3-2 to Overbay. Lyon deals, and it's low, ball 4. Bases are loaded once again. And here's Bob Melvin. That'll be all for Brandon Lyon. The beat goes on for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Bob Melvin just has to shrug his shoulders and say, What am I going to do to get out of the third inning? That'll do it for Lyon. While the pitching change is being made, we'll take a quick timeout. Your score, Milwaukee 9, Arizona nothing. This is MLB TV.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is key. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You guys glove? You want to use my glove?
You can use mine.
See, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
All right, back here in Arizona, Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton. We're still in the top of the third. 2 outs, bases loaded, and the third pitcher of the inning is in for Bob Melvin's Arizona Diamondbacks. Trailing 9-0, it's Oscar Villarreal. The numbers on Real. His last time out, pitched 3 innings, 2 hits, no runs, and 2 strikeouts. Looking to close the door on the top of the third.
That would be the understatement of the century there.
Here's Carlos Lee. He homered his first time up. Also walked and scored, driven in 2. And the first pitch from Villarreal is low for ball 1. Against the Diamondbacks, Lee has 3 for 8 with a homer and 3 RBIs.
Carlos Lee is pretty much in the same situation he was in the first inning. Guys on the pond, he's looking dead red.
Villarreal misses, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Was reinstated from the 60-day disabled list on September 2nd after being sidelined since April with a strained rotator cuff. The bases are loaded for Lee. Swinging 2-0 and just missed it.
I think he's looking for a fastball, trying to get in and go deep again.
So now the count 2 balls and a strike. And the pitch misses once again, and it's 3 balls and a strike.
It's like Sean Estes kind of affected the entire pitching staff today as far as throwing strikes. Nobody can find the plate.
3-1 your count to Carlos Lee. 9-0. 7 runs in here in the third.
Heads up, people. He's swinging.
The 3-1 pitch. Line shot to left field, but right at Luis Gonzalez, who makes the catch, and mercifully, the top of the third comes to an end. But the damage, let's just say, done. 7 runs, and at the end of 2.5, it's Milwaukee 9 and Arizona nothing. You're watching MLB TV.
Hi, you reach Omar Minaya, General Manager of the New York Mets. Please leave a message.
Hey, Mr. Omar. Hi, this is Ray Romano. Long-time fan, first-time caller. Sorry, that was stupid. I was just calling about box seats. Let me know. Hey, Omar, it's Ray again. Sorry to bug you. I know you're really busy and you're tired, and not that you look tired. You look strong, actually. You got big arms, and you got I'm just calling about box seats. Omar, buddy, did you get the fruit basket? Because I didn't get the tickets. Yeah. This is getting a little awkward.
With Carlos, Pedro, and Willie joining the new Mets, everyone wants tickets this year. Call 718-507-TIXX or visit Mets.com for your tickets. The new Mets. Next year is now.
Being inducted into the Hall of Fame is the ultimate after you had a successful major league career. Of course, I took 4 years out for World War II. I joined the Navy 2 days after Pearl Harbor, and I'm very proud to be an American and hope I've been a good one.
Relive your fondest memories of Bob Feller and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For more information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
All right, we go to the bottom of the third, and Milwaukee 9-0 over Arizona. We go to the bottom of the third, and Darryl, we have to say that a gentleman here in the crowd just proposed to, I'm assuming his girlfriend, proposed marriage, and he's been waiting for the bottom of the third forever.
Guess he has. I don't know why you're doing a 9-0 game. I think you're off to a bad start already.
Royce Clayton steps up. That's his first at-bat of the game, and the second pitch from Oka is 2-0. Now, Tomo has had a long time to sit down in between innings. He's also run around the bases. He had an RBI base hit, and he scored a run.
He's gotten the average up to 128. See? You're killing him.
Slice foul, 2 balls and a strike. Clayton on the year, 263, 2 home runs, 43 RBIs. Oka deals the 2-1 and a little roller in front of Oka, who throws it in the dirt. Nice scoop by Overbay.
Throw it in the dirt. You were being very kind. What a play by Overbay. I tell you what, that's a tough play for a first baseman for the simple fact that he threw it in the dirt. But the shadows are starting to have an effect out there, and they're starting to lean over towards first base. It's in that first base, second base area. So it's tough to see as well. So great play by Lyle Overbay.
That'll bring up the catcher, Coy Hill, 225, no homers, 6 RBI. You mentioned the shadows, and our viewers can see the infield. The roof here is closed, but there are so many windows, and the line shot falls in front of Bill Hall. Again, wild throw. Overbay corrals it, and there's 2 down. There'll be a pinch hitter in the number 9 slot. Batting for Villarreal, Quentin McCracken. One of my favorite people in all of baseball.
Yeah, really good guy. I'm glad he's still going, chugging along in baseball. He has done a great job over his career.
Quentin entered as a pinch runner last night in the 8th inning and took over in center field, wound up going 0 for 2 in the extra frames. Overall in the season, hitting .228, a homer, and 12 RBIs. Former Rocky, former Devil Ray, now with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the first pitch to McCracken is in there for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. We've got 2 outs. Foul down toward the Milwaukee dugout. And the count 0-2.
Go ahead.
Someone threw the ball out into the stands, and a man dropped it, and a little kid took it and originally decided, well, sorry, bud, I'm taking it.
Nice hands, Dad. Jeez. You kidding me?
As a pinch hitter, career, McCracken is 53 for 222. That's a 239 clip. 1 pinch hit home run. Pitch outside, ball 1. 1-2. The pitch low in the count.
1-2.
1-2.
Quentin was an original Rocky, correct? Was he on the original team?
Not in the 93 team. He came there, I want to say, in 97.
Wow, that far?
The 1-2. Towering pop-up to shallow right field. Corey Hart makes the catch. And a 1-2-3 inning for Tomo Oka and the Milwaukee Brewers. We've played 3. And your score, it's Milwaukee 9, Arizona nothing. You're watching MLB TV.
You love the game. You love your team. And you love your friends and family. So to get home safely, you hand off your keys to a sober, designated driver. America's all-star team of sports leagues, stadium service partners, brewers, broadcasters, and traffic safety experts thanks the sober, designated drivers who make sure you buckle up and get you home safely.
Introducing the MLB.com arcade. Simply log on to MLB.com and play games online. Choose from hundreds of exciting games ranging from sports to puzzles and strategy to simulation. Download the free web version of MLB.com's Play Ball and enjoy what we have to offer. For just $19.99, you can get all the games. They're yours to own, and there's no additional downloads. The MLB.com arcade, available only on MLB.com.
Hey fans, this is Marty Lurie. Join the skipper, Art Howe, and me for Going Deep every other Thursday at 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Pacific, where Art and I talk about the relevant baseball issues of the day and even have some guests from baseball of yesteryear. Join us for Going Deep, Marty Lurie and Art Howe, right here on MLB.com every other Thursday at 2 o'clock Eastern and 11 o'clock Pacific. We'll see you there.
Back here in Phoenix, Arizona, Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton bringing you an MLB TV exclusive of the Major League Baseball game between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Arizona Diamondbacks. And for the Diamondbacks, their fourth pitcher of the day will start the fourth inning. And his last time out was a start. It's Brad Halsey, former New York Yankee, who was acquired in the Javier Vasquez-Randy Johnson trade. Halsey started the year in the rotation, and his last time out was a start, 6 innings and a loss at San Diego, giving up 4 runs. The first pitch from Halsey, Bill Hall lines this one into left center field. That'll fall in for a base hit, and it'll roll all the way to the wall. Hall will round second. He's going to head for third. The relay throw from Clayton, not in time. A triple for Bill Hall.
Talked about Bill Hall in the first inning, a guy who doesn't get cheated. Tell you what, new pitcher on the mound, no use in waiting to see what he has. He throws a fastball, I'm going to jump all over it, and he did that. I'm amazed that he took the triple on that one. Son Green had the ball in his hand pretty much as he touched second base, but I tell you, it's one of those games where we're going to see a lot of weird things happening today.
Experimentation would be
experimentation. Good word.
Sometimes. Corey Hart on the day is 0 for 2. He has a flyout and a groundout and an RBI. 9 runs on 10 hits for Milwaukee.
And I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm not going to say it's going to happen. But can you say cycle? It's got the single, double, and triple.
The 1-0 is low. Ball 2.
Don't pull a Billy Sample if he gets the cycle.
There's a drive! The 2-0. Slice back. 2-1 to
Sorry,
Corey
Billy.
Hart.
I'm just kidding, Billy.
The double came in the first. The single and the RBI came in the third. And the triple here in the fourth. Runner leads off third, and Halsey misses again. It's 3 balls and a strike.
Brad Halsey is not a overpowering lefty. He's a guy who's a control pitcher. He's having a little problem, obviously, doing that right now.
Hard hit ball to short. Clayton on a hop, throws across, holds the runner Hall at third base, retiring the out. Nice play by Royce Clayton.
I think in that situation, they're obviously not playing the infield in because they're already down 9-0. But, you hit a ball in the nose, you want to prevent them from getting that 10th run. Not a bad play in that situation by not trying to score. I think if that ball hits again now with 1 out, I think they try to score in this situation.
That'll bring up Jeff Cirillo, who has walked twice and scored twice. And the pitch to Cirillo is in there for a called strike 1.
I think Bob Melvin is obviously looking at his pitching staff, especially guys who have been in rotation at one time and have gone to the bullpen, like Halsey, giving it an opportunity to see what could happen next year.
The 0-1, swung on and missed, strike 2.
Even in a game that's 9-0, you still want to get something out of it. And that's why you bring guys out here on the mound to see what they can do in a situation like this.
Cirillo has good success against the Diamondbacks, 336 coming into today's action with 4 homers and 41 RBIs in 56 games. The breaking ball misses low, and it's 1-2. Cirillo comes into today's action hitting .277, the former Colorado Rocky. And as Darryl mentioned earlier, his second stint with the Brewers. As he fouls that one, stays alive, and it's 1-2.
He put up some pretty impressive numbers with the Brewers the first time around. A guy consistently hitting around 320. But I think confidence-wise, he lost everything when he played for Lou Piniella in Seattle. Which a lot of players have been in that situation before.
The 1-2 is outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You've been around Lou a lot lately, over the past few years. I mean, what is it that kind of turns some guys the wrong way, especially confidence-wise?
I think the biggest thing is his communication is so little that when he does say something disparaging, it can rub you the wrong way because it's something you'd have to digest for a while. 2-2 line foul, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Cirillo, who I played with in Milwaukee, he's always been a sensitive guy. And, you know, as far as taking criticism, he hadn't been well received with him. And I think when somebody like Lou Piniella comes out and calls out a guy, some guys take it the wrong way, and I think Cirillo did in that situation.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Line foul, and the count remains again 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bill Hall led off with a triple, his third base hit of the afternoon. Corey Hart grounded out. We've got 1 out here for Cirillo. Halsey, a guy who can give Bob Melvin innings. I would have to imagine no matter what happens this inning, we're going to see a lot of Brad Halsey for the next couple innings. When he brings in Lyon, it was to kind of fan the flames. When he goes to Villarreal, it's just to get out of the inning. Halsey may be in it for the long haul if he doesn't want to hurt that bullpen. Pitch is low, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I think the fact that Quentin McCracken pinch hit and was the last out of the inning, you are definitely going to see Halsey for at least 2, maybe 3 innings.
(9-0) Milwaukee.
Say that again.
The 3-2 pitch, sharply hit through the infield into left. That'll score Hall. It's a 10-0 Milwaukee lead.
Wow. Seems like everything the Brewers are hitting right now are finding holes. And it happens sometimes. I mean, you have games like this, especially after a long game last night, not taking batting practice today, which I don't know if it's a huge effect, but it's just like they seem like they're dragging. But that happens after the first inning when you're already down 2-0.
10 runs now here in this one. 10 runs on 11 hits. And a swing and a miss from Chad Moeller, who steps in. Moeller had the bases clearing double in the third. He also scored on Oka's base hit. Also bounced into a double play. So he's got a run scored and 3 RBIs.
You know we're seeing the cycle today. Don't call that.
Moeller, line shot. That's a base hit. It'll go in between center and left, and it'll roll all the way to the wall. Coming around to score is Cirillo. Going to third is Moeller with a triple.
Wow. I know Halsey is trying to suck up some innings and throw strikes and trying to get guys out, but basically he's just lacing it in there. I mean, he really didn't have too much on his pitches, about 85, 86 mile an hour fastball. And that's prime hitting right there. And Chad Moeller, I mean, in a situation where he drove in 3 runs by clearing the bases his last time up, pulls the ball in the left center field gap. Got a Sean Green, who's not a regular center fielder, can't get to it, rolls all the way to the wall, which is 413. Of course you're going to get a triple in that situation.
Once again, here's Mark Davis now to talk to Halsey.
What are you going to tell him, Mark?
And now you would think this inning can come to an end, but Oka had an RBI single and scored a run.
Laced a single up the middle last time up.
11-0 Milwaukee.
Oh, boy. We're getting to the part of the game where if you were playing, you'd probably get loose right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I still might.
Yeah. Talking about for the Diamondbacks, not for the Brewers.
1-0. Cut on and missed. Strike one. Halsey's numbers on the year, 8-12 with a 4.49 ERA in 158 innings, has 82 strikeouts. The 1-1 pitch broke his bat. The ground ball to third. Gloss throws across. And the run will come in to score. Moeller. And just like that, it's 12-0.
Well, at least they're consistent. 12 runs on 12 hits. Can't do any better than that.
That's the second RBI of the day for Oka.
Gotta love it. And you ragged him about his hitting. Shame, 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 shame.
1/5 of Chad Moeller's RBIs for the season have come today. He now has 20 on the year.
Gotta love it.
Here's Brady Clark now. Clark's got a couple of base hits, an RBI, and a run scored. A double and a single. And the pitch is in there for a called strike.
And believe it or not, this is a tough situation for the hitters for the Brewers. And let me finish on saying that, because I think when you have a lead like this, you don't want to show up the opposing team by taking hard swings, but you don't want to make outs either. So, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. What do you do in this situation? Kind of stay within yourself and try to hit the ball hard, but try not to show up anyone.
The 1-1. Halsey deals, and it misses 2-1.
And I think one guy who they may look at as being a guy showing up the opposing team in this situation maybe Carlos Lee. He doesn't get cheated when he goes up to the plate. He swings hard every time, but it's going to look bad in a 12-0 game.
2 outs here in the fourth, and the pitch misses. 3 balls and a strike. If you're just joining us, the Brewers scored 2 in the first on the Carlos Lee home run, then 7 in the third, chasing Sean Estes. And the Brewers have tacked on 3 more here in the fourth. We've got 2 outs.
As the Arizona Fall League started, so I got a strange feeling we may have both teams bringing up some guys at the end of this game.
Clark now with 44 RBIs on the season. And a golf swing. Shallow center. Green comes in. And he makes the catch. And that retires the side. Well, after 7 runs in the third, 3 in the fourth is not half bad. After 3.5 here in Arizona, the score, Milwaukee 12 and the Diamondbacks nothing. You're watching MLB TV.
Hey, Royals fans, this is Frank White. And last season, I managed that AA team in Wichita and saw many of the young players in action. Trust me, this is a fun group to watch. This team will bring a lot of excitement to Kauffman Stadium. And there are many ways you can be a part of the team, from season tickets to exclusive party suites, group events, and more. Call the Royals today for more information. Kansas City is my hometown, and the Royals are our team. Come on out to the ballpark, and remember, it's all about fun.
Bases are loaded. There's a hot shot to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Stern. And Stern to cut-off man Scott. Now that's
teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund.
a partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit baseballtomorrowfund.com.
Hey Junior Jays, this is Frank Catalanato inviting you to join us at the Rogers Center every Saturday home game for Junior Jays Saturdays, presented by the Toronto Star. Come down early and enjoy the festivities. Face painting, balloon twisters, and performances by the J-Force and Ace. After the game, kids 14 and under can also run the bases just like us. For tickets, call 416-341-1234 or visit bluejays.com.
All right, back here at Bank One Ballpark, the score, Milwaukee 12 and the Diamondbacks nothing as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Tomo Oka has been perfect through 3, and the first pitch to Counsell is in there for a called strike 1.
Did you just say what I thought you just said?
No, you're supposed to. That's the rule.
Okay, all right, that's the rule.
The 0-1. Haven't said 2 words, but other than that, we're good.
Okay.
The pitch is in there for a called strike 2. Counsell on the day is 0 for 1, bounced to third his first time up. We're in the bottom of the fourth, and Milwaukee has a 12-0 lead.
Tell you what, we're getting to the part of the game where Counsell may be out of here soon. I mean, he's already argued with the second base umpire about a play at second base. Now he's arguing about a check swing. 12-0 game, you don't want to be in there all day talking and yelling at the umpire.
The 0-2 pitch misses, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He's one bad call away from being tossed. Put it that way.
Breaking ball misses, and the count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Home plate umpire Gary Darling, who is a guy who doesn't really take a lot of stuff from players. Now, it's always hard on the umpires when a game 12-0 right now, especially on getaway day. They don't want to be here.
Counsell hit his 9th home run of the season in last night's affair. Again, the dramatic 2-1 victory for the Diamondbacks.
Seemed like a long, long time ago.
2 balls and 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Oka deals the 2-2 and a line shot. Snagged out of the air by Lyle Overbay over at first base.
Well, you don't want to give up at bats. And I think the one thing you want to do is try to hit the ball hard, especially in a 12-0 ball game. Counsell did it right there, but he hit it right at someone. It's just how this game is going right now. Everything is going well for the Brewers.
And that'll bring up Chad Tracy, a strikeout victim, his first time up. The pitch from Oka. He starts off with a strike. 0-1.
This is the part of the game where I think when you have a lot of young players, you have to really concentrate to let them know that don't give up at bats. Even in a 12-0 ball game, you still have to go out there and try to make something happen.
Pitch misses, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Tracy tried to hold up, couldn't, and it's now 1-2. Chad won Arizona's Rookie of the Year award last year, as voted by the local Baseball Writers Association chapter. So that one sliced foul. He began the year at first base, a position he played at East Carolina, but has since made the switch to right field, a position he played in winter ball 2 years ago.
Got no sophomore jinx there. Got a pretty good year.
The 1-2. Tracy lays off this time, and the count even at 2-2.
You know, a lot of people say it's always tougher the second year because teams start to figure you out and find your weak spot. When Tracy's situation, I mean, he still has 22 home runs.
The 2-2 slice foul, and the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Not a lot of RBIs, but you can look at the ball club and say, well, his opportunities weren't there.
On deck, Luis Gonzalez. The left-handed hitting Tracy digs in. Oka from the full wind. The 2-2 pitch. Line foul down the right field line.
You know, if he throws a no-hitter, we're making SportsCenter tonight. I said it. I don't care.
That's what I didn't do.
I don't care. I said it.
If you log on to MLB Radio, you hear Darryl Hamilton preach the rules. But on MLB TV, he breaks them all.
It's wide open, boys.
Tracy. Towering fly ball to right field. Center field, rather. Brady Clark comes on in front of the warning track, makes the catch, and there are 2 down.
See, that doesn't mean anything. I can say that all day, and it's not going to take into effect. Now, when I start talking about hexes, then that's when things changes.
11 in a row for Tomo Oka. And here's Gonzo. Gonzo, a strikeout victim, his first time out. Interesting article in the paper. We kind of talked about it his first time up, and the Brewers scored 10 runs. That's the first pitch. Misses for ball one, rather. Gonzalez, of course, being a 10-5 guy. 10 years in the league. 5 with his current team. As the pitch misses. And it's now 2 balls and no strikes to Gonzo. So really, the Diamondbacks don't have many options in terms of a trade if they decided to make him an offseason move. As the pitch in there for a strike.
Well, I think when players get that 10-5 role, not only does it give them an opportunity to veto a trade, but if they want to do the trade, it's going to have to cost you a little money. Now, you can buy out players and say, look, we've got a trade on the table. I know you're a 10-5 guy. If they offer you X amount of dollars, would you drop the 10-5 status? And a lot of players would do that for the right price. But I think Gonzo is in a different situation, is that he enjoys being here in Arizona. He wants to end his career in Arizona, so it might be more difficult to move him.
The 2-2. Line to the deepest part of the park, straightaway center, and Brady Clark in front of the warning track makes the catch. 12 in a row for Tomo Oka. As we have played 4 here in Arizona, it's the score Milwaukee 12, Diamondbacks nothing. You're watching MLB TV. This is Seth Everett from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people. They need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina. Because life is so much more than sports, open your heart and your wallet. Now, call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Major League Baseball has brought together millions of people for over 100 years. Let everyone know which team you support by visiting the MLB.com shop and purchasing apparel from all 30 clubs. Jerseys, caps, memorabilia, cards, and more. Too much to decide on just one present? Send a gift certificate. Or check out our special one-of-a-kind collectible auctions. Capture that special moment with a high-resolution photo in our photo shop. No matter how big the fan, the MLB.com shop has all your bases covered. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
A lot happens on MLB Radio. Breaking news, top name guests, and plenty of fun. But let's say you missed Billy Sample's latest thoughts on the National League East, or didn't get the Lolo from Darryl Hamilton on Staying Hot. Well, now you can check out the daily archives. Simply navigate to the MLB Radio page on MLB.com and click on Archives in the upper left-hand corner. It's here that you'll get the latest information on the GM Corner, or hear from the feature guest on the Pat Sajak Baseball Hour. All with the click of a button. Miss it the first time around and hit the MLB Radio archives. Yet another feature, MLB Radio. Back here at Bank One Ballpark, we welcome you to the top of the 5th inning. The Milwaukee Brewers and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Milwaukee, 12 runs on 12 hits, no errors. The Diamondbacks, no hits, no runs, no hits, no errors. As we go to the top of the 5th, Brad Halsey in his 2nd inning of work faces J.J. Hardy as we start things off here in the 5th. And Hardy flies this one to right field. Coming over is Tracy, makes the catch. 1 down. Hardy had come into that at bat 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. He also doubled in the first inning. That'll bring up Lyle Overbay, who singled, scored, drove in a run. Also walked and flew to left. And he's first pitch swinging. Fairly deep center field. Sean Green at the warning track makes the catch.
I like that.
I
like the fact that the Brewers are not sitting up here trying to work the count. Hey, they're up 12-0. I think it's safe to say they're going to win this game. That in mind, you just want to go up there and get a certain pitch and go for it. There's no use in trying to squeeze the umpire or squeeze this pitcher for that matter. Go up there and swing the bat.
Speaking of swinging, Carlos Lee.
Here we go.
The 2-run homer in the first. At the time significant. He also walked and scored and fly to left. The first pitch to Lee is taken for strike 1. Lee hitting at .515 slugging percentage. Swings and fouls this pitch away. It is getaway day here. And you brought up an interesting point in the beginning of the broadcast about day game after a night game. Now, the Diamondbacks do it a little differently. One of the reasons we were allowed to come out here was because they start their day games at 3 as opposed to a typical 1 o'clock or 1:30. In all honesty, having played, how different is 2 extra hours?
It's huge, especially the fact when you have a long game like they did last night.
That was the context, right?
You like to get a couple more hours, more or less, to sleep in and not have to come out here and take batting practice. And the Diamondbacks didn't do it. Obviously, it hadn't helped them so far. I'd beat you to it. But it makes a world of difference when you have a couple more hours to stay at home, especially when you get on the road after a game like this.
Lee skies this one to right. Chad Tracy has to go to his left and makes the catch. And a 1-2-3 inning for Brad Halsey and the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The score, Milwaukee 12, Arizona nothing. You're watching MLB TV.
What's up, Sox fans? I'm Casey Stern, host of Under the Lights right here at MLB Radio. Look, we're down to the finals in the Voice of the Nation contest, and we need your help. The winner will not only receive 2 tickets to the Bo Sox and Yanks at Fenway October 1st, but they'll also get to interview their favorite Red Sox on the field, co-host State of the RedSox.com Nation, and last but certainly not least, they get the title of Voice of the Nation. Look, there's a lot at stake, and that's why you gotta vote. Get friends to vote, heck, get the mailman to vote. Unless, of course, he's a Yankee fan, and then you can just rub it in about what happened to his 3-0 lead. Head over to RedSox.com and the homepage in the bottom left corner, or simply go to the fan forum section of the site. Watch the 4 finalist video entries and pick your favorite. It's that simple. The winner will be announced in the September 20th episode of State of the RedSox.com Nation, so it's time to get those votes in now. And I'll see you under the lights weeknights at 10, right here, MLB Radio.
Hey MLB fans, only MLB.com takes you straight from the ballpark to your computer. The game's never over when you log on to MLB.com, your destination for live Major League Baseball games online. Watch and listen to live games with MLB.tv and MLB.com Game Day Audio. Follow Stats Live with the unique real-time feature MLB.com Game Day. For fans who just can't get enough of the game, MLB.com, the #1 site for Major League Baseball fans, where baseball is always on.
Back here in Milwaukee. In Arizona, the Milwaukee Brewers are in the process of making some wholesale changes here as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Troy Glaus, Sean Green, and Connor Jackson, the 4, 5, 6 hitters in the bottom of the 5th. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton live from Phoenix, Arizona. As Troy Glaus will step in. Troy, a strikeout victim, his first time up. And the first pitch from Tomo Oka misses, ball 1.
With the changes that the Brewers have made, the one thing Oka wants to do is continue to get out front throwing strikes. One of the few hitters he's behind.
Chris Magruder is now the left field, and Bill Hall moves from second to shortstop. I'll give you the rest of the changes in a second as Gloss fouls that one away. And the count should be 2 balls and a strike. Unless that first pitch, Gloss had called timeout while we were making all the changes. Scoreboard says 1-1. The pitch to Gloss is in there for a called strike 2.
All right. Direct from the Brewers dugout. Weeks is batting in the second spot. Magruder is batting in the fourth spot. Bill Hall moves to shortstop. He's still batting in the fifth spot.
And Gloss, with 2 strikes, swings and misses at strike 3. So the ball count academic. He has his second strikeout, 13 in a row for Tomo Oka.
I tell you what, the one thing that I like so far, Tomo Oka, what he's doing, he's getting ahead with his fastball, maybe throwing a slider here and there, but his out pitch so far has been the changeup. And it doesn't seem like the Diamondback hitters have figured that out yet.
Okay, here are the changes. Chris Magruder takes over for Carlos Lee in left field. Bill Hall moved from second to shortstop, replacing J.J. Hardy. And Ricky Weeks, the super prospect for the Milwaukee Brewers, takes over at second base. The pitch misses to Sean Green, 1-0. And it is fouled back toward the screen.
I tell you, it's getting close. If that gets past that screen, we're done.
That's why there's a screen.
Yes, that helps. It helps.
Sean Green bounced to second his first time up. So defensively for the Brewers, Overbay at first, Weeks at second, Hall at short, and Cirillo at third. The outfield, Magruder in left, Brady Clark in center, and Corey Hart remains in right field. Pitch misses, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Sean Green. This one skied to shallow left. On his horse is Cirillo. He can't get there, but it's a foul ball. So 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And taking a look at the scoreboard where we just came from, Tampa Bay. It's got a 2-0 lead against the Yankees in the third. Stay hot. Can they do it? One more time.
The Yankees have already lost 11 to the Devil Rays, even though they've taken the first 2 of that series.
Oakland up 2-0 in Boston, first inning. It's a little bit of a surprise.
Kurt Schilling on the mound over at Fenway.
That would be the surprise.
The 2-2. Checked his swing. Did he go around? No.
Just as I said, Oka is trying to get their hitters off guard by throwing a changeup. He throws a fastball off guard. It seemed like Green was basically looking for that changeup. Maybe he'll get it here, a 3-2 count.
Green bounces this one foul down the first base line. The lineup changes. Weeks moves into the number 2 hole for Hardy. And Magruder takes over in the cleanup spot for Carlos Lee. So Carlos Lee finishes his day with the home run, 2 RBIs, a walk, 2 runs scored, and 2 flyouts.
Not a bad day.
Get your 4 in 5. We're in Arizona. It feels like spring training.
Yeah, it does. How old is J.J. Hardy to where he takes the rest of the day off? Are you kidding me? He's a baby.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, I'll tell you exactly why. They wanted to get Ricky Weeks in there, but Bill Hall has a single, a double, and a triple.
Yeah,
Can't take him out of the game.
And I've already called it. He's going to hit for the cycle today.
The only other thought would be to move Hall to third base to keep Weeks in the game, to keep Hardy in the game, rather.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Here's Connor Jackson, 0 for 1. He grounded to first back in the second inning. Tomo Oka. Skied foul, strike 1.
Say it.
He's retired 15 in a row.
Say it.
He's been perfect so far.
Say it. Don't be scared. Say it.
He's from Japan.
Say it.
Oka deals the 0-1 to Jackson. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
You're going to break down sooner or later. You're going to have to say it.
It's got to be at least the 7th.
Oh, stop it. We're in the major leagues. If you get out of the second inning. That's great. Nowadays, with the pitching that's going on.
Line shot into left center field. That's the first base hit of the game for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Connor Jackson. Tomo Oka had retired 15 in a row and gets a nice ovation from this crowd.
You should have said it.
Did you feel good? He had a no-hitter.
There it is. There it is. Now you finally say it.
Through 4 2/3. Again, 4 2/3.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Oh, no, it's great. Great start so far for Oka. But really, 4 2/3? I know it's 12-0, folks. Believe me, I know. Here's Royce Clayton. Swung on a miss, strike one.
Well, Oka kind of got away from what he's been doing so far the entire game, and that's get ahead with the fastball, throw the changeup for the strikeout pitch. That time he left the fastball a little bit up. Connor Jackson turned on it, got it in the gap for a solid and legitimate base hit.
Tomo Oka coming into today, combined statistics with his stint with the Washington Nationals, 10-8 with a 4.03 ERA. Swing and a miss, strike two.
You really have to say that it must have been so bad for the Nationals, for the most part, to say, look, this guy's done with us. Let's move in a different direction. Because he's still a quality pitcher. I know it's 12-0 right now. It's easy to say that. But he still had put up some pretty good innings for the Brewers as well.
The pitch outside, ball one. The incident took place when Oka wouldn't face Frank Robinson when he came out to the mound. And supposedly there had been tension brewing, no pun intended, before that. But that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And the next thing you know, Oka found himself on the Milwaukee Brewers. And again, the point was, the Nationals had to have known something. Oka had been with the Expos before the Nationals.
Right.
And they didn't have so much pitching that they can afford such a loss. The 2-2, shallow center. Going back is Weeks. He can't come up with it. He has to play it on a hop. That's the second base hit and a single for Clayton on the play. Connor Jackson goes to third base.
And from looking at that play, I don't blame Ricky Weeks on that play. I think Brady Clark in center field has to do a better job of catching that ball because I think he got fooled by the swing. I think Royce Clayton took a big swing. He took his first 2 steps back, which in turn, the ball dropped right in front of him.
Now that'll bring up Coy Hill. So the second base hit, second consecutive hit off Oka. And the catcher, Chad Moeller, very important there, going out to talk to Tomo Oka.
I think that's probably the second toughest play for a center fielder to determine that full swing where the ball is going to fall. I think the first one is probably that line drive that's hit directly right at you.
The pitch to Hill is in there for a strike.
All you had to say was he had a no-hitter going. That's all you had to say. You wouldn't do it. Now look what's happening.
Right.
I'm blaming it on you.
I can throw that right back at you. You're the guy who, after 2 innings, said, boy, this game's moving fast.
So I figured if you throw out all the cliches, you get it out of the way.
You exercise the jinxes?
Exactly.
I get you.
Work with me. Work with me.
Pitch is a strike. No balls and 2 strikes to Coy Hill. (12-0) for Milwaukee, 0-2-0 now for Arizona. And the bouncing ball foul. Count remains 0-2.
So weird being in this time zone to look at the games on the East Coast and seeing some games are already done, the day games obviously, but the night games are starting up and it's still lit out here. It's only 5 o'clock out here where we are right now. It's kind of weird. Things that are wild and wacky.
Runners lead off first and third, and Hill swings and misses at strike 3. So despite giving up a couple of base hits for the first time today, Tomo Oka struck out the side. And after 5, your score, Milwaukee 12, Arizona nothing. You're watching MLB TV.
Hey fans, this is Marty Lurie. If you want to learn what big league life is all about, join me on Players Talk, brought to you by MLBplayers.com. Players Talk promotes the Players Trust and Volunteers of America. Join them in your community. Here's a few excerpts from some of our shows. Our guest is Carlos Beltran. Shea Stadium, how's it been for you adapting to it?
What is real difficult is the sun at day games.
Mark Kotze, our guest today. Mark, do you see a difference in pitchers as the summer wears on?
Not necessarily. I think, if anything, you see him actually.
Our guest today is Mark Teixeira. Mark, saw you in Detroit at the All-Star game. And
my first All-Star game, getting to go there.
Mike Sweeney, our guest on Players Talk. Mike, talk a little bit about this team.
The key to winning is...
if I go up there trying to do it, you're never going to do it. You're always going to make it out. That's what they pay the money for the big boys for.
Greg Biggio, our guest on the show today. You look at this team, 15 games.
This is Marty Lurie. Join me right here for more Players Talk.
This is the GM Corner.
Happy that he's taken the time, and that's Brian Cashman. And Brian, welcome to the GM Corner.
Thanks for having me on. How's it going?
You got to be a happy man, Walt. 23 wins over the 500 mark. 6 Cardinals going to the All-Star game. How good can it get?
Well, there's not a whole lot to complain about, I can tell you that.
Someone who can give us a little insight, I'm sure, to the draft and many other things on the business of baseball. Dave Dombrowski of the Detroit Tigers.
Well, thank you, Fred and Ben. Nice to be with you.
Join Fred Claire on the GM Corner every Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon Eastern Time. This is MLB Radio.
Back here in Phoenix, Arizona, we played 5, and the score Milwaukee 12, Arizona nothing. And Darryl Hamilton, one of the things that you have always seen in your career is it's easy to maintain yourself in tight ball games. It's easy to maintain yourself in ball games that you're winning. When you're down 12-0, what is the mood in the dugout?
2 innings, 3 hits.
You're pretty much ready to get out of there. That's the one thing. But you have to think in terms of, look, you got to still go to the plate and hit. You got to fill your position. You got to do the things you have to do as if it was a 1-0 ball game or a tie ball game. You don't want to give away at bats, so this is the time to stay focused and go out there and do your job.
New pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks after Halsey goes 2 innings and mercifully doesn't give up only gives up 3 runs.
Only 3 runs.
And the hitter up at the plate, Bill Hall. And this is not a joke. He has a single, a double, and a triple. He also has 2 runs. He's 3 for 3, and he takes strike 1. The new pitcher is Jason Bolger for Bob Melvin. His last outing was an inning at Colorado this past Sunday, where he gave up 2 hits but no runs. As the pitch is fouled away in the count now, no balls and 2 strikes.
When you talk about when you're down 12-0, your preparation, I think when you're up 12-0, you got a single, double, and triple already in the books. What's your mindset? I mean, you want to go deep, but you know if you sit up there and think about it, there's no way it's going to happen.
Recalled from AAA Tucson of the PCL back on August 25th. Pitch outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Born in Lawrenceville, Georgia, 6'4", 215, 26 years old. No record, no saves in the big leagues, but a 6.75 ERA. This, of course, his rookie season. Right-handed thrower. This is his 6th appearance with the big club. Bolger deals, and that one is a base hit to shallow center field. Bill Hall has 4 base hits on the day.
Wow, this is one of those days where everything is going right. Was jammed on that pitch, kind of fastball running in on him, but strong enough to get it out of the infield. Looped it in, left center field for a base hit.
That'll bring up Corey Hart, the right fielder.
That's something so rare that you can go up there your first 4 times up and get a knock and thinking to yourself, okay, this is one of those days I do not want to end.
For Hall, this is his 2nd career 4-hit game. His other was August the 25th of 2003.
Corey Hart on the season now is average after going 0 for 3 so far. He's flied out and grounded out twice. His average has gone under 200.
We've all been there before. It's not a good deal when you're under 200. I did that my first year in the big leagues, and I tell you what, you start soul searching after that.
He does have an RBI on the day. The runner leads off first, and Bill Hall And the pitch in there for a called strike 2. Went to Valdosta State University. If you're Mark Davis and Bob Melvin, this is one of those times when you're glad for the 40-man roster. As Hart looks at strike 3. First strikeout for Bolger, his 5th of the season. And that'll bring up Jeff Cirillo.
I think you're kind of glad it's not in a pennant race situation like this. Give it up 12 runs. I mean, you get up 12 runs, more than likely you're not going to be in a pennant race.
That's Hamilton with an H.
That's not right, but hey, it's life.
Bolger working from the stretch, and the first pitch to Cirillo is in there for strike 1. Cirillo's walked twice and singled, driven in a run, and has scored twice. And that's hit high and deep to left field. Gonzalez will look at it. It's over the wall. 2-run home run for Jeff Cirillo, and the Brewers now lead 14-0.
Well, we said Cirillo had a good stroke his first time around with the Brewers. Guy consistently hit 320, 330. Seems like he's starting to pick it up again today. Boy, I tell you what, he's set well on pitches today, sitting back, going the other way, turning on pitches, doing whatever he can to make good contact. Got a fastball in the inner part of the plate and definitely turned on it about 10 rows up.
That's 3 RBIs on the game for Jeff Cirillo. Moeller, who's the hitter now, has 4 runs batted in. He is doubled and tripled. He's 2 for 3 on the day, and the pitch from Bolger is in there for strike 1. 2 runs scored, 4 RBIs for Moeller. The home run by Cirillo, a towering shot to left field. Both home runs in the game. Carlos Lee 2-run shot back in the first inning as the check swing goes foul, 0-2, have been to left field.
If you're a hitter in the Brewers lineup, you definitely don't want to sit down during this game. I mean, it's one of those things where everything has fallen in, so you say, hey, look, I'm going to stand there. I'm going to get a couple more hits.
Swung on and missed, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We've got 1 out here in the top of the 6th. 14-0. The pitch to Moeller popped up right side and in the stands. It'll remain 1-2. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton with you from Phoenix, Arizona, Bank One Ballpark. As the Brewers with a 14-0 lead over Arizona. The pitch low, ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Have we ever done a game where it's been a 2-1 situation?
Well, the game that we did in Seattle, I was thinking of that. Last inning, that was the game where Sarloos pitched the complete game.
That's right.
It was Oakland over Seattle. As that pitch is a called strike 3. Now there's 2 down. And Tomo Oka, who, don't laugh, folks, has a single, a run scored, and 2 RBIs.
He looks like a hitter, though.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at his shot, his mug shot.
Oh.
Is it really? No.
The 1-0 pitch to Oka misses, and actually in there for a called strike 1. The report, J.J. Hardy left the game, and we had speculated why would you take Hardy out in a blowout like this, as Oka bounces this one towards short, and the throw over from the shortstop. Green is in time to make the play. Anyway, Hardy suffered a turf toe on his right foot, and he has been listed as day-to-day. We'll have more on that as we continue, and you can log on to the Brewers website for more information. It's 14-0 as we go to the bottom of the sixth. This is MLB TV.
Hey fans, this is Marty Lurie. If you want to learn what big league life is all about, join me on Players Talk, brought to you by MLBplayers.com. Players Talk promotes the Players Trust and Volunteers of America. Join them in your community. Here's a few excerpts from some of our shows. Our guest is Carlos Beltran. Shea Stadium, how's it been for you adapting to it?
What is real difficult is the sun at day games.
Mark Kotze, our guest today. Mark, do you see a difference in pitchers as the summer wears on?
Not necessarily. I think, if anything, you see him actually.
Our guest today is Mark Teixeira. Mark, saw you in Detroit at the All-Star game. And
my first All-Star game, getting to go there.
Mike Sweeney, our guest on Players Talk. Mike, talk a little bit about this team.
The key to winning is...
if I go up there trying to do it, you're never going to do it. You're always going to make it out. That's what they pay the money for the big boys for. Craig Biggio, our guest on the show today. You look at this team, 15 games.
This is Marty Lurie. Join me right here for more Players Talk.
This is the GM Corner.
Happy that he's taken the time, and that's Brian Cashman. And Brian, welcome to the GM Corner.
Thanks for having me on. How's it going?
You got to be a happy man, Walt. 23 wins over the 500 mark, 6 Cardinals going to the All-Star game. How good can it get?
Well, there's not a whole lot to complain about, I'll tell you that.
Someone who can give us a little insight, I'm sure, to the draft and many other things on the business of baseball. Dave Dombrowski of the Detroit Tigers.
Well, thank you, Fred and Ben. Nice to be with you.
Join Fred Claire on the GM Corner every Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon Eastern Time. This is MLB Radio.
All right, we'll go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton live at Bank One Ballpark. The Brewers tacking on to their 12-0 lead. It's now 14-0 as we'll go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Tomo Oka so far has been cruising, giving up just 2 hits through the first 5. And Oka with the big lead will try to give the Milwaukee Brewers as many innings as possible, as the Brewers want to rest that bullpen, which was used in that 12-inning game.
Unbelievable. I mean,
this is the best medicine that Yost could ask for.
You could not ask for anything better from the Milwaukee Brewers side, in the sense that Oka's out there on the mound, still throwing well. We're going into the 6th inning. No one in the bullpen is up. You're up 14-0. I mean, this is the perfect scenario for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Andy Green took over as the shortstop in place of Royce Clayton as a defensive replacement, and he is batting in the 9th position. And the first pitch to Andy Green, who came in hitting 133, is a strike. 133, no homers, 1 RBI. Had a bunt single and 3 at-bats last night. Started the game in left field. He's been the Diamondbacks Organizational Player of the Year, Andy Green. As he looks at strike 2, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And during the break of the half inning, Bob Gephardt, the assistant general manager for the Diamondbacks, came in. And I tell you, a game like this, it's tough to look at your team and say, okay, we're going to be all right down the road. But this is an opportunity to see guys like Andy Green come up there and get an opportunity to hit. See guys coming off the bench who hadn't had an opportunity to play too much, and see what they can do in a big league situation.
Was named to the position of interim general manager when Joe Garagiola Jr. left the Diamondbacks after being their general manager for the entire franchise's history, to go work in the commissioner's office for Major League Baseball. As the pitch misses low, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Gep made the point that, hey, this is really a short game, because being in Colorado, this happens all the time.
Former GM of the Rockies.
Those are the longest games on the planet. I mean, a 5-4 game would take forever.
Well, and you know how sometimes general managers are the scapegoats for bad situations. But I can remember Bill Swift, 4th inning, 10-9. I'd look over at Bob Gephardt's office and say, really? Bob, really? The full count pitch to Andy Green. It misses, and it's ball 4. So the Diamondbacks, for the first time today, have the leadoff man on. The walk to Andy Green, and that'll go to the top of the order. That'll bring up Craig Counsell. Counsell on the day is 0 for 2. He lined to the first baseman his first time up, or his last time up, rather, also bounced to third. Pitch to Counsell in there for strike one.
You know, Craig Counsell is a perfect example of a guy who really, it doesn't matter what type of batting stance you have. If you can get the bat on the ball, it works for you, you stick with that, because it hurts me watching him at the plate. He's got such a weird approach.
Of course, scored the integral run in the Florida Marlins 1997 World Series, game-winning run. Actually got the game-winning hit in Game 7, scored the winning run in Game 7 of the 2001 World Series. Two moments that will cement his career and his space in baseball history. And the pitch misses outside, ball one. Runner leads off first, Andy Green, who walked. And the pitch, Counsell fouls it back. The count remains 1-2.
I think you look at Counsell's numbers, batting average at 266, but you look at the on-base percentage, which to me for a leadoff guy is the most important stat at 360. But that's not that bad. I mean, I think a lot of teams would love to have a leadoff guy with their on-base percentage around 360, 370, 375, somewhere in there. That's an ideal number to get things started.
Runner leads off first. The 1-2 misses, and the count evens up 2-2.
I think we see a lot of players now in the league leading off at the top of the order or hitting second with their on-base percentage pretty much close to their batting average. And that's not going to cut it in the big leagues.
The 2-2 pitch. Bouncer towards second. Weeks throws over to short. Hall, the relay throw, not in time. Counsell gets up the line rather quickly, and the fielder's choice score it 4-6.
And that's one thing about Craig Counsell. He's, because it's a 14-0 ball game, he's just not going to cash it in. He's still going to hustle. And that's one of those plays. It's been very easy for any player to go out there and kind of jog and say, let's get to the next inning, but not your Craig Counsell.
Here's Chad Tracy now. 0 for 2, struck out and flew out. And the pitch lined into right center field. That'll fall in for a base hit. Counsell round second. He's going to round third. He's going to try to score, and he will standing. A triple for Tracy. And the score now, folks, 14-1.
And it goes back to what I was talking about earlier with Craig Counsell. You know, you beat out a ball that probably should have been a double play ball. Now what happens? Next hitter comes up. Tracy hits the ball all the way to right center field gap. Scores a run. He gets an RBI. That goes to Craig Counsell.
Just the third base hit of the ball game for the Diamondbacks. First for Tracy. But the RBI triple, that's the second triple we've seen this afternoon.
Well, look at center
Check
field.
that third triple we've seen this afternoon.
This is one of the few ballparks where you have the gap at 413. Are you kidding me?
Gonzalez fouls this one away. No balls and one strike.
Although the ball carries pretty good in this ballpark, still the simple fact that you got 413 in the gaps in center field, left center and right center. Ball gets past the center fielder. If you can't get a triple, I mean, you can get a triple. That's saying something.
The pitch to Gonzalez. Swung on and missed. The announced crowd here today, 20,741. First of all, this does not look like 20,000, but more importantly, that's 3,000 less than the two previous night games in which they drew 23. And I was mentioning to somebody who works for the Diamondbacks about my images of Bank One Ballpark. And you think back to 2001 as Gonzalez takes it inside for ball one, and you think about this building and obviously a different look to it with every fan here. I mean, this building got pretty loud.
Oh, I can imagine.
And Gonzalez, of course, the base hit, the soft liner, won the World Series for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I really thought we weren't going to talk about 2001 until the 10th run scored.
We're reaching into the grab bag, folks.
Gonzalez drives this one to center field. Brady Clark comes in, makes the catch, and the long throw is offline. Tracy scores. It's 14-2.
Well, that's almost a given right there for Luis Gonzalez, a guy who can hit a fly ball out there when you need it. Man on third, one out. Situations calls for it. Just about a good wood on the ball. Try to get it out of the infield and see what happens.
Second run scored for the Diamondbacks. 72nd RBI on the season for Gonzo.
I tell you what, if we didn't know how good Brady Clark's arm is, we figured it out right then, because I thought he had no chance of throwing that ball home.
Yeah, he made it interesting. Gloss has 2 strikeouts against Tomo Oka. Closing in on 100 RBIs. He's at 92 coming into today's action. The pitch from Oka, big swing and a miss. 1-1.
I think Troy Gloss has pretty much given the Diamondbacks what they expected. I mean, he'll probably get around 38 home runs, over 100 RBIs. I think if you'd asked him at the beginning of the season, would that be good enough, they would think yes.
The free agent acquisition from Anaheim last year.
And I still think he's going to get better because he's just recovering from a major surgery a year ago. So you don't expect him to put up the numbers like he did this year. Very impressive on his part.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Loss, of course, the missing cog in that lineup heading into the season after the Richie Sexson loss. Sexton, of course, signing that big free agent contract up in Seattle. Changing the face of this Diamondbacks team. And a lot of people had speculated that the Diamondbacks weren't going to replace that kind of high-priced player. Towering fly ball to left field. Magruder, moving toward the foul line, makes the catch, and the side is retired. But the Diamondbacks get on the board. They score 2, and after 6, your score, Milwaukee 14, and the Diamondbacks 2. You're watching MLB TV.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball Charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is key. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You got gloves? You want to use my glove?
You can use mine.
See, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
Back here at Bank One Ballpark, Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton, as the score now 14-2, Milwaukee leading the Arizona Diamondbacks. Some changes in the outfield for Arizona as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Sean Green moves from center field to right field. Chad Tracy moves from right field to left field. And that means Luis Gonzalez is done. And the spot in center field is being filled by Luis Torrero. So Torrero moves to center, Green to right, and Tracy to left. Jason Bolger, his second inning of work, and the first pitch is a line shot to Green at short. And there's one down. That was Brady Clark.
Yeah. Can you say spring training game now?
Yeah, these changes are, and expanded rosters, it does have a spring training feel. That'll bring up Ricky Weeks, who so far this season is hitting .242, 13 homers, and 40 RBIs. The projected second baseman of the future for Milwaukee has seen limited action there after being called up in the middle of the season.
And I think initially when you look at the batting average, 242, you sit there and say, well, why are they saying this guy's the future of this ball club? I think he's shown signs of brightness. I think he's shown signs that he can be here and be a productive player. Now, one thing that you have to worry about when a player this young comes up and has success is, can he build on that? And I think they've been asking that about Ricky Weeks over the last couple of years. But he's on the right path.
Swing and a miss from Weeks. And the count 1-2 strikes.
I think you've seen the way he's faced certain pitchers in the league. I mean, he took Roger Clemens deep the other night. That's the excitement that's brought to this ball club when you see him face Hall of Fame pitchers and do what he's been doing.
He's one of the young bright spots, as that's a ground ball past Gloss, cut up by the shortstop Green, who cannot make the play in time. That'll be an infield hit for Ricky Weeks.
And talking about the power, the speed is there as well. You saw on that play, which would look like it was pretty much a routine. Gloss at third base, I thought, should have taken that ball, but let that ball go by the third baseman to the shortstop Green. There's no way in hell he's going to throw him out.
Prince Fielder, another one of the young studs for the Brewers, came on as a defensive replacement. He's hitting .298 in limited time, 2 home runs and 10 RBIs. The pitch outside to Prince Fielder, looking more and more like his dad.
Yeah, and you see like another young player from the Milwaukee Brewers who has potential to be something special.
The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike one.
I think the one thing that impressed me about what the scouting department for the Milwaukee Brewers have done is that they picked some players over the last few years who they tapped as being their future, and it's starting to turn out that way. I mean, Prince Fielder was another guy taken in the early rounds of the draft who they expected to get up here in the big leagues and have an impact, and he has done that.
Pitches a strike, 1-2 to Fielder. The one thing about the Brewers, and we talked to Darren Sutton, their television announcer, normally, earlier today, and he was talking about what kind of veteran additions this team needs as the pitch fouled away. Count remains 1-2. And it's an interesting proposition because obviously you'd look toward the pitching staff. The big move for the Milwaukee Brewers, and Darryl, you and I have talked about it on our radio show extensively, was signing Ben Sheets, not letting him leave the organization because he was in a free agent year. Now you've done that. And to build this staff around a lineup that a lot of people think is young but is very talented. And you can see the evolution of this team. The 1-2. But this idea that you could add a starter, if you believe in Derek Turnbow in your bullpen, and as Darren pointed out, the bullpen for the most part has really done the job.
Yeah, it has.
The starting pitching has also been very strong. Now, if you want to say what is the next part of the Brewers building, to me it has to be a veteran pitcher.
Well, I think that has
swing
to be
and a miss,
important.
strike three. Prince Fielder strikes out.
I think that has to be the most important thing right now because you look at your lineup and you have a lot of young players in there, but they're getting a lot of experience this year. They're doing well, but if you had a veteran present on the mound, guys to go out there and get the job done, I think you can kind of transform your organization and look a little bit like the Houston Astros where pitching is king.
So you have a rotation next year where you start off with Ben Sheets as your number one, Magruder, bouncer towards short. They go the short way to second. Counsell steps on the bag, and that will retire the side. More on the Brewers' rotation for 06 as we'll go to the bottom of the seventh. Your score, Milwaukee 14, Arizona 2. You're watching MLB TV.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball Charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is Keith. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You got gloves? You want to use my glove?
You can use mine.
See, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
Back here in Phoenix, Arizona, we'll go to the bottom of the 7th, and this one's been decided for quite a while. 14-2, Milwaukee leading the Arizona Diamondbacks as we'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Scheduled to hit here, it'll be Sean Green, Connor Jackson, and then the pitcher spot. Bolger, who is the 5th pitcher for the Diamondbacks, has not taken an at-bat, but he's gone 2 innings. So we'll wait and see on the 3rd hitter. Tomo Oka, simply brilliant. 3 hits through 6 as he starts the bottom of the 7th. Green, first pitch swinging. Slow roller to second. Weeks over to first base, and 1 pitch, 1 out.
And getting back to what we were talking about earlier about the Brewers, I think if you can throw a couple of B-class, and I call them B-class free agents as far as pitchers are concerned out there with this ball club and this young lineup, I think they have a pretty good chance of being successful.
Now let's establish B-class. Does that mean, would Kevin Millwood be a B-class?
I would think he would be.
Is Jared Washburn
Yes,
a B-class?
I think so.
Sutton mentioned that Washburn has expressed interest in coming back to Wisconsin as the pitch to Connor Jackson is outside for ball 1. And don't forget the efforts of Chris Capuano, the 17-game winner for the Milwaukee Brewers, as a number 3 pitcher in this rotation. If you have an Obermiller, hypothetically, as your number 4, it's not brutal.
No, it's not.
The big key is Sheets and his health, because as much as his contract status was the big thing, as the 2-1 pitch to Jackson, fighting that one off, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The idea is that Sheets had the illness, missed a lot of time, and now, of course, he's out on the disabled list. Ben Sheets has to be 100% if the 06 Brewers are what the 05 Cleveland Indians are this year.
I think it was.
It might be a bit premature, though.
It is, but I think it was a wise choice on their part to more or less shut him down for the rest of the year and get him ready for next season.
Called strike 3, 2 outs now for Oka. That's his 8th strikeout on the day. And the hitter now is a pinch hitter for Bolger, so his day is done. Alex Cintron. Cintron had the game-winning hit in last night's dramatic 12-inning victory. Overall hitting .263, 7 home runs, and 36 RBIs. He hit what would have been a ground rule double, but with the bases loaded and the run scoring, it was just ruled a single.
If I'm hitting, I want that ground rule double.
I understand.
Don't take that from me.
The 0-1. Oka deals from the full wind, and the pitch fouled back. You can say this about Tomo Oka. He has rarely had to go from the stretch. Only once was he pitching with somebody on base.
And that would be the ending that I mentioned. He had a no-hitter going.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Send your emails in to Darryl. Sorry, is my mic still on?
Sometimes it is.
No balls, 2 strikes. We've got 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. The little slapper behind third into shallow left, and Cirillo can't come up with it. It'll fall in for the fourth base hit of the afternoon. A pinch hit single for Alex Cintron.
Stay hot. How do you do it? I mean, he throws him a changeup. He's on his front foot, doesn't know what to do, threw the bat out there. Perfect placement. I couldn't do it any better.
And the left fielder, Magruder, really had no opportunity.
No.
So the only prayer was Cirillo playing third, and he's going backwards.
Not a bad effort by Cirillo, but that's a no man's land.
Here's Coy Hill, the switch-hitting catcher. He's 0 for 2. And he's first pitch swinging. Line shot to center. Brady Clark is there, makes the catch, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, a man left. We've played 7, and the Milwaukee Brewers still have a 14-2 lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks. You're watching MLB TV.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is key. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You got gloves? You want to use my glove?
You can use mine.
Yeah, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
We go to the top of the 8th here in Phoenix. The Diamondbacks trail the Brewers 14-2 as Alex Cintron will remain in the game, take over at third base for Troy Gloss. And the new pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks, who will begin his work, as he'll face Bill Hall, who has already 4 hits on the day, so stay hot, Brian Bruni. Is Brian Bruni. 6'2", 245, the 23-year-old. He's 1-3 with 12 saves and a 7.6 ERA. This year appeared in 46 games, 45 innings, 54 hits, giving up 39 runs and 6 home runs. He's got 34 walks and 50 strikeouts. The 1-3 record and the ERA of 7.6. Bill Hall has had quite a game, and the first pitch is high and tight, ball 1. Hall, a double, a single, a triple, and a single. 4 for 4. He's got 3 runs scored on the day. He started the game at second base, moved over to shortstop, when J.J. Hardy, who left this game after suffering turf toe to his right foot, swing and a miss by Hall, 1-1. Kind of makes you wonder how you suffer turf toe on natural grass.
Things that make you go,
The right-handed throwing Bruni. This is his second year with the Diamondbacks. Overall, he has an ERA of 6.2 to go along with a 4-save record. All 12 saves in his career have come this season. 2-1 to Bill Hall.
You think Bill Hall's trying to go deep right here? I think it's safe to say he's trying.
Cut on and fouled back. Elsewhere in the National League, Atlanta has a 3-0 lead on Philadelphia, bottom 5. And the Marlins, Florida and Houston, are scoreless in the 3rd. Cardinals have a 3-0 lead over the Cubs. They can clinch a tie for the NL Central tonight with a victory over Chicago, and they can clinch the division outright if Florida beats Houston.
You think they're going to enjoy clinching in Chicago, Wrigley Field? Oh,
problem is there's really not a lot of room in that locker room for the champagne.
That is true.
The payoff to Bill Hall. Sky to right field, foul, and first baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks runs out of room, Connor Jackson.
I think there's a lot of room on Rush Street for them to celebrate. If that's what you want to do. Don't condone that, but whatever.
If you're a Cardinal player, I would say get out of town.
Yeah.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Hall. And a line shot right at the pitcher Bruni. Knocks it down, throws over to first base, and for the first time all day, Bill Hall is retired.
But he doesn't go away quietly. Line drive right up the middle, knocked it down. Self-defense, more or less. I think Bill Hall figured once he hit that, he had no chance.
That'll bring up Corey Hart. Hart has had the collar today, 0 for 4 with a couple of groundouts. He has also picked up an RBI.
This is the worst part of scoring 14 runs in a game. There's always going to be a couple guys get shut out. Corey Hart's in that situation right now, going 0 for 4. But he does have an RBI, so it hadn't been such a bad day.
1 ball, 1 strike to Hart. As the pitch misses outside, 2-1. Corey, of course, in his first major league season, not to be confused with the I wear my sunglasses at night singer.
You know something? What time is it? It is 5:45. Not bad. It took you a while to finally bring that up.
Again, in a close game, you don't do that.
Right. Okay.
The 2-1. Actually up high, misses, and the scoreboard had it wrong. It was ball 4, and Hart reaches base for the first time via the walk. It's good for Corey to pick up that second career after his first album came out all the way back in 1983.
See, you're telling on yourself right now. You know, way too much stuff.
Cirillo steps in and takes it for a ball, 1-0. Jeff Cirillo on the day. His last time up had the big 3-run homer. Has also scored 3 runs. You're saying, wait a second, where's all this offense coming from? Well, Milwaukee has a 14-2 lead. 14, 15-0. So Mark Davis is going to go talk to Mr. Bruni.
I think he's changed shoes already. Mark Davis, that is, because he's been out there a number of times. Which, to me, is kind of funny because what are you going to tell him? Throw strikes? Get somebody out?
Brian Bruni, born in 1982, which was a year before Corey Hart took the scene.
Oh, that's scary. That's the year I graduated high school. Oh, am I
From
getting old?
Astoria, Oregon.
Wow. Break out the calculators. Figure out how old I am now.
The 2-0 pitch. At the knees, strike 1. The Arizona Diamondbacks won the National League pennant in 2001. Won the division in 1999, 2001, and 2002. Fisted into right field. That'll fall in for a base hit. So Cirillo reaches base yet again. That's his 3rd hit of the day. Hart goes to second, and it's 1st and 2nd. And the beat goes on for the Milwaukee Brewers.
We talked about Bill Hall having a great day. Cirillo is turning in the same performance. I mean, it seems like everything he's hitting is falling in for a base hit.
Chad Moeller's no slouch. 2 runs scored, 4 RBIs, a double, and a triple. He's 2 for 4. He's got the average up from 208 to 214.
Gotta love it.
Not a bad afternoon.
I was talking about Cirillo and the fact that he's pretty much been very consistent as a Milwaukee Brewer. the all-time franchise leader in batting average, 306. They had some pretty good hitters back in the day with the Brew Crew.
The pitch to Moeller misses, and it's 2-0. The Brewers, of course, had their more documented success in the early 80s.
The original Brew Crew, Harvey Wallbangers.
The 2-0, slap foul behind, back to the screen, 2-1.
Get to see one of the former members of the Brew Crew on Saturday.
That's right. We're actually heading to Houston, where we will have the MLB TV exclusive broadcast of the Astros and the Brewers.
Houston Astros bench coach Cecil Cooper, who we'll probably have on our show sometime next week.
The 2-1. Misses low, 3-1. The pitching matchup for the series against the Astros Friday night. It'll be Rick Helling going for the Brewers against Roy Oswalt. Saturday, on our MLB TV exclusive, it'll be Wes Obermiller against Brandon Backey. Swung on and missed, strike two. Then Sunday, Chris Capuano will go for win number 18 as he'll face off against Wandy Rodriguez. Wandy Rodriguez is 9-8. He's got a shot for double-digit wins this year.
It's amazing. Offensively, when Rodriguez pitches for the Astros, they seem to find a number of hits and runs. He cannot go out there without having at least 6 or 7 runs on the board for him.
The 3-2 is fouled off, and the count remains 3-2. The Diamondbacks are in the midst of their final homestand of the season, a 12-game homestand. Arizona will host Colorado for 3 as it's swung on and missed. Strike 3. They'll face Colorado for 3, the Dodgers for 3, and then San Diego for 3, wrapping up the home schedule. The Rockies come in tomorrow night. The pinch hitter now for the pitcher spot. So Tomo Oka is done. Russell Branyan. When you talk feast or famine, you're talking Russell Branyan. 249, 11 homers, and 29 RBIs.
Come on, you didn't just throw that out.
I just made that up.
Oh, come on. Come on. You've been waiting 2 days
on
to
the
do that.
outside part of the plate, strike one to Branyan, former Cleveland Indian. Friday, for the Diamondbacks, it'll be Zach Day getting the start against Dustin Nippert. Saturday, Aaron Cook against Claudio Vargas. And Sunday, Jeff Francis against Russ Ortiz. We haven't really talked about Ortiz today, as that one is lifted into center field. That'll fall in for a base hit. Everybody advances one base, no run scored. Nice throw out there in center field by Green. And Branyan has a single.
Just talked about him. Feast or famine.
That must have been the feast.
Well, I think he has to figure out, to make better
Sorry, that
contact.
was Torero who made the throw in.
He has to figure out to make better contact at the plate because the potential has always been there for him. But like you said, he's been feast or famine. I mean, a guy who can hit a home run, he can hit a ball 500 feet but can strike out with the best of them.
The pitch to Brady Clark is in there for a strike. Clark on the day has a couple of base hits. He's 2 for 5, a double, a single, an RBI, and a run score. We're in the top of the 8th inning, and the Brewers are threatening here to add to their 14-2 lead. Bouncing ball past the second baseman who dives, picks it up, Counsell, he throws him out. Nice play over at second base by Craig Counsell, and the Brewers threaten but do not score for the first time all day. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Milwaukee 14, Arizona 2. You're watching MLB TV.
Grinder baseball rule number 73. When bringing a family to a White Sox game, know your limits. For example, during the game when taking your son or daughter into the new Sox fundamental area for kids, make sure not to overdo it. Don't jump into a batting cage to show your son that Daddy's still got game, or demonstrate to little Susie a man's approach to pitching a softball. You'll only embarrass yourself, your family, and the ghosts of Nellie Fox and Shoeless Joe. Rather let the Sox Training Academy coaches teach your young'uns fundamental baseball and softball skills. Let them do their jobs. Your job is to wax poetic about your faded glory, using phrases like, back in the day, or when I was an all-star, reminding your wide-eyed offspring that when you played, it was all about team and the game, and that's why individual stats weren't kept, kind of like the hard-nosed team baseball your Sox play. Wrap your little yarn with a career-ending injury, and bam! Daddy is golden! For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com. The 2005 White Sox, presented by U.S. Cellular.
Log on to the MLB.com shop for all your baseball gear. Our featured item is the Stan Hot Baby Doll Tee, perfect for going to the ballpark and showing everyone what your favorite baseball show is. The Stan Hot with Seth and Bone Baby Doll Tee is 100% pre-shrunk cotton. Available in small, medium, large, and extra large, it can be yours for only $19.95. I have mine on right now. So don't miss out. Log on to MLB.com shop, the official store for Major League Baseball.
We go to the bottom of the 8th here in Arizona, and the Brewers maintaining that 14-2 lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton as we go to the bottom of the 8th. New pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers. Tomo Oka's day is done. It's Jose Capitan for the Brewers. More on Capitan in a second. The line on Oka, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs earned, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts.
Wow.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing is wrong with that.
Capitan, I can't even do it, was traded in the offseason in the Dan Kolb trade. Came over from the Atlanta Braves organization. Jose Francisco Capitan from the Dominican Republic. This is his first year in the second year in the big leagues, but technically still a rookie. He threw 3 games with Atlanta last year. He's pitched in 9 games so far this campaign. Andy Green bounces it to third and fielded nicely over there by Cirillo. 1 down.
Capitan.
This season,
an easy 95 right there.
An 0-1 record with a 5 ERA.
Although I'm a little disappointed, but 95 is good.
We have to tell the story.
Please do.
Over on MLB Radio in spring training, 2004, we were calling a Braves game. Besides the fact that we couldn't get a straight pronunciation on Capitan. Capitan. To save our lives. That was the first funny part, but a listener took us to task because we had said that he had been clocked at 100 miles an hour. And the comment was that it had been in practice. Through 100 in practice.
It's 2 years later. I'm still trying to figure out that email. Who goes to practice
1 ball, 1
with a radar
strike to
gun?
Counsell, who's 0 for 3 on the day. That's a strike.
Does this guy just go to practice with a radar gun and say, wow, this guy's legit, but only in practice?
Victor De Los Santos is in the bullpen for Milwaukee, getting ready. He might pitch the 9th. The 1-2 low. That one at 96 miles an hour. And the count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes. A good young arm. Like we said, 24 years of age. Dan Kolb has had more than his share of trouble in the Atlanta bullpen. Sharply hit towards second. Weeks. Over. And there's 2 down.
I mean, it's very rare you look at your scouting appointment and say, okay, do you think if we keep our closer, who's done a pretty good job for us, you think we should keep him another year, a couple of years, and let him continue to do what he's doing, or should we move him and get a young arm?
I think they took the right route because Kolb, albeit was a successful closer in Milwaukee, the bottom line is that they were trying to stock up and they had to figure out where they were spending money, and they just didn't want to spend money on that area at that time. They didn't feel with the young pitchers they had, and little did they know that Derek Turnbow would step up and be a better closer than Kolb was. I always thought about it from the Braves' perspective. What did they not see in Capion?
Right.
Or was it that they felt the pressure as the pitch is a ball 2-0? The idea of the pressure to move John Smoltz back into the rotation, and thus the desperate need for a reliever, and they picked up Dan Kolb. Now, they didn't solve the reliever issue. They have Smoltz in the rotation, but they needed starters anyway. And now with the injury to Hampton, they still need a starter. So you addressed one need, but that still needs help, and now you don't have your closer.
Well, do you fault the Atlanta Braves for the fact that they've made some pretty wise decisions over the last few years?
That's why they get the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Pitch was a strike. 2 balls and a strike to Chad Tracy, who's 1 for 3 with a triple and an RBI and a run scored. Slice foul down the left side. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Look, when it comes to the Braves, I call it the Bruce Chen syndrome. There was never a higher prospect than Bruce Chen.
Right.
Bruce Chen came up. John Sherholtz saw something he didn't like. He said, you know what?
Let's move it.
Let's move him. He's not going to be our guy. He has pitched for every team in baseball since then. And has been nothing more than serviceable. Popped up again left side. Cirillo gives chase, runs out of room. And the idea was that you say, well, John Sherholtz is an evaluator of talent. If he's not on board, the Braves aren't going to stay loyal to you. And with a guy like Capion, you have to say, again, highly touted in the minor league system, did they give up on him, or were they that desperate to get a closer? I would like to think the latter. Because if you remember in the winter meetings, the Brewers were very happy with that deal.
Yeah.
Happier after Turnbow has turned out to be the closer they were looking for. Line foul, count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think you have to look at the Braves as far as John Sherholtz as whatever he says is pretty much law, because you look at what he's done over the last number of years. I mean, he's let some pretty quality pitchers go because he felt that they weren't going to do the same job they have done in the past few years.
The 2-2 is fouled to our right.
There we go. There we go.
Missing our broadcast location by about 3 feet.
It's just a matter of time.
Interim general manager Bob Gebhardt was ready.
I don't think he was ready.
I was giving him
false hustle.
I want stated for the record, I said he was ready. He's not ready, but we said he was ready. And the pitch lined into left field. That'll fall in for a base hit. Chad Tracy has 2 base hits on the day. And after retiring the first 2 outs via the ground ball, Tracy has the single.
That's what I was talking about earlier, the fact that for a young player, if by some reason you get in a situation where you're down 14 runs, you can't shut it down. You still have to go out there and do your job, concentrate each time up, and try to make it a good day for the most part. And Tracy has done that with 2 knocks.
That one's lined into left center field. That'll fall in for a base hit. Luis Torrero in his first at-bat has a single. He's 1 for 1. Tracy goes to third, and now off Capion, the Diamondbacks have runners at the corners.
Well, not really going up there looking for anything but a fastball. He gets it, turns on it a little bit, hits it to left center field. Good job of hitting. And I think in this situation, again, you can't go up there saying, okay, I'm going to work the count. You're down 12 runs. There's nothing to do but see ball, hit ball. You get up there, you get a dead red fastball, swing at it.
(14-2), Milwaukee on top. As we'll have a pinch hitter here, Kelly Sinnett will bat in the cleanup spot, vacated by Gloss. And Stinnett comes in, hitting .291 on the year, 6 home runs and 12 RBIs. Now Capion misses, whereas in the beginning of the inning he was getting first pitch strikes. Now he finds himself behind 1-0.
And this is what happens with a young pitcher on the mound. You know, when you're throwing strikes and everything seems to be working perfectly, there's no pressure on you. Just go out there and do your job. When you start getting behind the count, that's when you find out if a guy is ready to be up in the big leagues.
Runners lead off first and third. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. One ball, one strike. Capion deals, and the pitch fouled back. Just missing the press box. It's like the ball had eyes. 1-2.
All righty then.
In the American League, the Yankees have taken a 7-5 lead on Tampa Bay in the sixth. Oakland continues to lead Boston 3-0 in the fourth. The pitch gets away from Moeller, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Houston's up on Florida, 1-0 in the fourth. St. Louis still up 3-0 in the third against Chicago. Now fighting fields are coming back, 4-2 in the sixth against Atlanta.
Atlanta has that lead in that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Capion to the belt. He deals the 2-2, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Jose Capion pops his fist into the air as the Diamondbacks do not score here in the 8th inning. Your score at this point in the game as we'll go to the 9th. Milwaukee 14, Arizona 2.
This is Mike Timlin of the Boston Red Sox. Check me out every other week on MLB Radio with Billy Sample and Brian McRae as I talk Sox.
Swinging a fly ball right center field. Damon moving over. He's there and calling. He has it, and the Red Sox have won it. Mike Timlin gets his first save of the season, and the Red Sox take the finale of the series from the Indians.
Get the inside track as we try to defend our...
Phoenix, Arizona. Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton will go to the 9th inning. And a new pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the 6th pitcher used today, Greg Aquino, in his 2nd year for the Arizona Diamondbacks, 27 years old, right-hander, 0-1 on the year with a 9.11 ERA. As we mentioned, Seth Everett and Darryl Hamilton, normally you can hear us on MLB Radio from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time, noon to 3 Pacific. And because we know we have fans of the Brew Crew watching us, 2 to 5 Central Time.
There you go.
My international calendar is not available. Ricky Weeks is 1 for 1. He singled his first time out. And he's first pitch swinging off Aquino. Lines this one to right field. And Sean Green makes the catch. 1 down.
You know, we talked about the Brewers and their bright future as far as their young players are concerned. What do you think about the Diamondbacks?
I think they need an influx of some of these young Arizona Diamondbacks need to perform mostly on the pitching staff. The biggest thing about their pitching, did they overstate some of the players that they acquired? Russ Ortiz had a very down year for him.
Well, and Russ Ortiz, who one of my former teammates in San Francisco.
The 0-1 to fielder. Just out of the outstretched arm of Aquino. The second baseman Counsell shovels it, not in time. Rick Counsell is the one guy on this team that has been the most unhappy.
Well, I mean, he made a great play there, but, you know, Jackson, the first baseman, came off the base. So, I mean, the umpire would love to call him out in that situation, but it was so obvious that he couldn't. Believe me, we're on getaway day. These umpires do not want to be out here right now, but a play like that that's so blatant that he's safe, you have to call him safe.
That'll bring up Chris Magruder, who bounced into a 6-4 putout his first time up. took over in left field for Carlos Lee, who homered in this one back in the first inning.
And getting back to what we were talking about, I think when initially the Diamondbacks signed Russ Ortiz, we were questioning that because we were in Anaheim during the winter meetings, and he has not had a lot of success over the past few years as far as getting hitters out.
The 0-1 misses 1-1. Well, and the idea was for Ortiz, it was the victim that we talked about with regard to the Brewers a couple of innings ago, which was the idea that you're going to have to overpay for pitching anyway.
Right. But like
1-1 pitch misses, and it's 2-1.
But like we said earlier, the fact that if Atlanta, and I want to say gives up on you, like they did with Russ Ortiz, that's telling you something. You've got to take that for what it's worth because they got a pretty good eye over there on what they're doing.
The 2-1 pitch misses, 3 balls and 1 strike. Arizona needs to figure out, number one, who their general manager is going to be. And no disrespect to Bob Melvin, but if the new general manager wants to make some changes there, that wouldn't surprise. Now, this Diamondbacks team has had a change of ownership in the past year. Jerry Colangelo no longer involved with this team, as that's ball 4 to Magruder. Runners at first and second with 1 out. So you have now Jeff Morad taking over in charge of this organization. Whether or not Bob Gebhardt stays, is he going to stay in a role that is the head man? Would he move back to an assistant? That, again, needs to be decided. This organization very much in a state of flux and will bear very little resemblance to the team that won the World Series in 2001. Bill Hall, we should mention, is 4 for 5 on the day, swings and misses. He has 2 singles, a double, and a triple.
You know what? I think this is the problem with baseball as far as having the new teams that come in, expansion teams. Initially, they have such an influx of money that they don't look like an expansion team like we've seen in the past.
The 0-1 is bounced to third, and Cintron can't do anything with it. It'll be an infield hit, the 5th base hit for Bill Hall.
Stay hot, Bill Hall. And I think when you get on a streak like he has been, as far as 4 for 5 on the day, he's been hitting everything pretty much hard. It's always good to get one of those soft rollers to fall in there for a base hit.
That'll bring up Corey Hart. Bill Hall now has 3 singles, a double, and a triple. He is 5 for 6.
Wow. And so far, the pretty much hard luck hitter of the day, Corey Hart. No hits, but has an RBI.
The Diamondbacks becoming the first professional sports team to win a championship. And now you think about where they've come in this particular season. You look at some of the other sports. The Arizona Cardinals have never really had any legitimate success. The 0-1 to Hart. The Phoenix Suns have. But again, the NBA Finals was as far as they went.
Right.
And then there's the Phoenix Coyotes and their new head coach, Wayne Gretzky, who's a name and could bring a lot of interest. And obviously, University of Arizona and ASU are huge college sports in this area. But there is a huge sports market that is just waiting for somebody, as it swung on and missed strike 3, it's just waiting for somebody to take the bull by its horns since the Diamondbacks in 0-1.
Well, I think it's always tough, and the fact that the Suns are on the right path, I believe. I think
Hart strikes out, by the way, and it's still bases loaded, 2 outs for Cirillo.
I think it's one of those situations that the Phoenix Suns obviously played well this year, had the best record in the Western Conference. Didn't make it to the finals, but a loss to eventual champion San Antonio Spurs. They're on the right path, but I think this ball club really has to check itself and find out what direction they're going to go in. And they got a lot of question marks that are out there.
Aquino deals the first pitch to Cirillo up high, ball 1. We're in the 9th, and we're talking Suns basketball. 14-2 Milwaukee.
Kind of tells you where we are right now, huh?
The 1-0 misses low, 2-0.
And we see Bill Hall at first base, his first career 5-hit game. And that was pretty interesting to hear. That's the 5th 5-hit game for a Milwaukee Brewer this year. Very impressive.
It'll be interesting to see where this offense takes them when they go to face Roy Oswalt tomorrow night.
Oh,
Cirillo, grounder to second, picked up by Counsell, throws to first, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, a couple of hits, and they leave them loaded. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. It's Milwaukee 14, Arizona 2. You're watching MLB TV.
This is Billy Sample from MLB Radio. Hurricane Katrina has had a devastating effect on hundreds of thousands of people, and they need your help urgently. Please call 1-800-HELP-NOW or go online to stormaid.com, where you'll be able to donate directly to the American Red Cross. Give relief to those hit hardest by Hurricane Katrina, because life is so much more than sports. Open your hearts now. Call 1-800-435-7669 or visit www.stormaid.com. Thank you.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is key. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You got gloves? You want to use my glove?
He can use mine.
Yeah, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
The pennant races are heating up. Make sure you're there as your team fights for a playoff spot. Visit MLB.com for your one-stop home for buying tickets for all 30 Major League clubs. Search by date or by opposing team. Look at seating charts and even the view from your seat. Once you buy the tickets, print them out and you're ready to go. By visiting MLB.com, you get access to special ticket packages, discounts, and more. Even put a deposit on season tickets for next year. Don't let the pennant races pass you by. Visit MLB.com, get your tickets, and get out to the game. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
We go to the bottom of the ninth. The Milwaukee Brewers trying to shut the door on the Arizona Diamondbacks. They have the 14-2 lead, and trying to close the door will be Victor De Los Santos. He replaces Cabillan. Tomo Oka went the first 7, gave up just 4 hits, and De Los Santos comes in, try to shut the door for Milwaukee. He'll face Chris Snyder as his first hitter. Snyder, of course, batting in the number 5 slot. Snyder on the season 204, 6 homers, and 28 RBIs. I don't think we have to worry about extra innings.
Okay.
And if so, I'll be glad to witness it.
Okay.
Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Talk about making Sports Center.
That'd be unbelievable. I'll tell you that. If the Arizona Diamondbacks come back in this game, Billy Sample's got nothing on me. 2-1 to Chris Snyder. Lifetime at Bank One Ballpark, a 202 hitter, 3 homers, and 14 RBIs. He's got 6 overall on the season. The 2-1 pitch from Victor De Los Santos. And Snyder steps out. The pitch misses outside, 3-1. De Los Santos, 4-13 in 24 starts, 27 appearances, an ERA of 4.67. Hasn't faced the Diamondbacks in 2005. Lifetime has an ERA of 15, and that may rise. Snyder hits it high and deep to left center field, and at the warning track, it's come up by Chris Magruder. Makes the catch.
Wow. I think initially when he hit it, I was with you. I thought that ball was way out. Magruder didn't give up on it. Ball hit in the gap. An area at 413. That's a tough place to hit a ball out. It's always good to have speed in left field. Magruder ran it down.
Last time out against the San Diego Padres, pitched an inning in 2/3, not getting the decision, giving up 1 run. So his first out, Snyder, was a long one.
Ugh. How frustrating is that for Snyder, too? He's coming into the game hitting 205. He hits a ball pretty good in the gap, which you assume would be not only an extra base hit, but a possibility for a home run. It's a long fly ball.
Connor Jackson's 1 for 3. He had a single back in the 5th inning that broke up Tomooka's short-lived no-hitter. Oka did not give up a hit in the first 4 2/3.
4 2/3. That's pretty solid. That's a legitimate no-hitter.
Absolutely.
You were kind of iffy with that.
Absolutely. I'm iffy. I'm just an iffy person.
Yes, you are. Correct.
I have been a lot of iffy in my life.
Yes, you have been.
But I'm solidifying a lot of things soon.
Really? We're talking baseball, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Swung on and missed. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think the one frustrating thing from watching the Diamondbacks and the young players so far is that they got a lot of guys hitting about 200.
The 1-2. Fouled away.
You would like to think one guy in the lineup could kind of get things going and show some promise as far as the future is concerned.
Sure.
You know, a lot of guys hitting 200. You can't really evaluate if they're going to be here next year. If anything, you probably say no.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Jackson. Player of this game has to be Bill Hall with the 5 base hits. Although Tomooka gets honorable mention. Foul back to the screen.
Along with Jeff Cirillo. How about the entire Brewer team? How about that?
14 runs on 19 hits. 2 runs on 6 hits for Arizona. Foul back to the screen. Victor De Los Santos, one of the guys that the Brewers left spring training with in their rotation. Not necessarily, or at least a question mark on what his role would be for the 2006 season.
I think the one thing about the Brew Crew and the fact they're a young pitching staff, they got a lot of guys who throw pretty hard and could do well in the bullpen. But, again, you like to see that veteran arm kind of take a lot of these young guys under their wings, so to speak, and teach them how to play the game.
Pitch misses. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Connor Jackson.
And I think a guy like that could not only help a lot of the guys in the rotation, but even a guy like, even Ben Sheets, I think you look at him and you think, okay, he's your ace, but he still has a ways to go.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. It was strikeout for Victor De Los Santos. And much like yesterday's ball game, Alex Cintrone, the last hitter, potentially, for the Diamondbacks.
Well, I don't think he's going to have the same results as he had last night. Well, you're right. He has a possibility to be the last guy to play for the Diamondbacks tonight. 2 nights in a row.
Different circumstances, just a little.
Just a little.
Santos deals, and first pitch swinging. Cintrone lines this one into center field for a base hit. For Cintrone, it's his 2nd base hit of the game. He's 2 for 2.
He's come in the game late. He's got 2 knocks. Only the 2nd player in the entire lineup to get 2 knocks. He's missed probably the first 7 innings of the game.
So that'll bring up Coy Hill. Hill's 0 for 3. Bounced to second, center field, and struck out.
Talking about a veteran pitcher to get in that rotation to help Ben Sheets, I think when you're kind of thrust into the role as being your ace from day one, you don't really have time to learn a lot of things because everything is kind of put in your lap and they tell you to go out there and win. It's tough to do that.
Swung on and missed for strike 1.
I think Sheets can be a lot better if he had somebody to kind of follow and more or less pick up a couple of things. Doesn't have to be a lot because he's pretty far ahead as far as starters are concerned. But he can still learn a couple things here and there that will make him an even better pitcher.
Swung on and missed. Strike 2.
Ooh. Good arm action on that changeup. I mean, it's nice when you throw 93, 94, and you throw a changeup for 83.
Man, you got your A game in the 9th inning.
It's the 9th inning. Thank you. Somebody woke me up. Get that flask away from me. I'm up now.
I want this clip. Right now, this clip. Please, cut it up. This clip. Bouncer foul toward the Arizona dugout, left side.
And see the way he's throwing right now.
I want to see you in the ninth inning of a playoff show.
I've been called out by my partner. I'm thinking I'm doing okay. I'm, throwing stats every once in a while, but drops on me. I'm finally waking up.
That's a line shot, base hit to right field. Cintron goes to second, and then never say die Diamondbacks.
Oh, you got that right. Again, this has been going on since the 3rd inning when you're down 9 runs. You don't want to give up at bats. You want to find a way to not necessarily make it a great day, but a day that you can live with. If you get a knock or two out there, you can live with that.
Can sleep well at night?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be greedy.
And if not,
you turn over to the other side. It's easy to sleep at night.
Andy Green 0 for 1 with a walk. He bounced to third his last time up. This is his 3rd at-bat. Pitch gets away from Moeller. Moeller has no idea where it is. Now Cintron's going to take third. The ball was in front of him.
Well, he got turned around pretty much. He blocked it well, but he didn't know where it was after that. De La Santo has to help him out. Being the closest guy to the catcher in that situation, you got to let your catcher know what's going on. It's not like the stands are packed where you couldn't hear. I think we could have screamed up here and he could have heard us.
20,741, the announced crowd.
Wink, wink.
741 may have remained.
Exactly.
Still like this ballpark.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. It's got a look of an aircraft hangar, though. I mean, with the retractable domes that are out there now, there's something a little different now. There's something a little special, like the one we'll see in a couple of days, Minute Maid Park. This one, a little different.
The 2-0 misses, and now it's 3-0 to Andy Green. And the pitch in there for a strike.
Now, this is the part where you try to find out, evaluate a player. It's a 3-1 count where 2 outs in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Are you trying to make a team or are you trying to walk?
The 3-1. Outside and low, ball 4. Bases are loaded for Arizona.
That ball's not that far off the plate. I'm sorry, Andy Green, you got a hack. You're trying to make a ball club next year. You can't get up there taking pitches. Come on, son. This is the organizational player of the year. Effing handle.
That'll bring up Craig Counsell's had a rough day in the field. Had a couple of great plays. That were not called by the umpires. And now he comes up with the bases loaded. He's also gone 0 for 4.
I'm telling you,
he did score a run when he reached on a fielder's choice.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm surprised he's still in this game. And not necessarily from Bob Melvin's point of view. I thought he was going to get kicked out a long time ago.
The funny thing when he argued, as the pitch in there for a strike at the knees, when he argued, he really wasn't very boisterous about it.
Well, I mean, 9 times out of 10 they call a runner out. And that's when you make the swipe, trying to turn a double play. I mean, he looked like he tagged, but evidently he didn't. And more, like I said, in normal circumstances, they call him out.
Counsell, towering foul ball into the stands. And the Diamondbacks are again down to their final strike.
I've always said in the past, when a team is getting beat and they get in the ninth inning, especially when they hadn't scored any runs most of the day, they get to the ninth inning, maybe score a couple runs here and there. It kind of carries over to the next day. Good way of seeing if this is true.
Bases loaded, and the pitch inside, 2-2. Two balls, two strikes, 2 out. De Los Santos battling here. Hasn't given up a run, but he does have the bases loaded with 2 out. Counsell fouls it away, left side. If you stay here this whole distance, everybody deserves a ball.
Pretty much. I'm going to call out the fans here in Bank One Ballpark, but this must be pretty bad at home right now. You can still be at this game.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Bases loaded. Counsell lines this one to right field, hooking, foul.
He got the pitch he wanted, turned on it the way he wanted.
That's the first time the organ's been going.
It works. It actually works.
That's like that scoreboard operator in SBC Park when Barry Bonds almost hit the home run. He's been hitting on the button that says 704.
Dun, dun, dun.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out.
It's like Chuck Willery for a long time. 2-2. 2-2-2.
And the pitch misses now, so the count goes full.
You get that since you've been single for a long time.
On deck, Chad Tracy. The tying run is on base, but that's if everybody in the lineup were to score.
I'll see. Now, why you got to go there? Why you got to go there?
3-2 to Counsell. Santos deals, and it's hit toward first rather sharp. Fielder picks it up, steps on the bag. And the Milwaukee Brewers come up with the 14-2 victory. Tomo Oka picks up the 1. He improves to 11-8. Sean Estes takes the loss. He falls to 7-8. And time of the game, considering 14 runs, 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Not bad. Not bad. The positive things for the Brewers, the fact that they took advantage of Sean Estes, couldn't get strikes over the plate. When you get behind a con, you have to throw strikes, and they were sitting there waiting on him and scoring 7 runs in the 3rd inning. It's pretty impressive.
And for the Brewers, the key here was take advantage of Sean Estes, who really didn't have his A game. But the key here was getting the quality start once again for Oka, and the Brewers improved to 73-73, 500 for the season.
Well, we're getting to that point in the year where, now it's time for them to take off a little bit. Now, you get at 500. What do you do right now? You go to Houston and play the Astros. So it's going to be a tough road. But if there's any team in the division, in the Central Division, that has played the Astros better than any other team, it's been the Milwaukee Brewers.
Once again, the win goes to Oka. The loss to Estes. Time of the game, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Final numbers for Milwaukee, 14 runs on 19 hits. They committed no errors. Arizona, 2 runs on 8 hits. They committed no errors. That'll do it for our coverage here at Bank One Ballpark. For my broadcast partner, Darryl Hamilton, I'm Seth Everett. You've been watching an exclusive presentation of Major League Baseball on MLB TV.